Everybody. And we actually do have people to welcome in person, so that's wonderful. We're going to have our pledge led by our very own Browning representative, Abigail Molinar. So if you would lead us in the pledge. We are meeting this afternoon together, but broadcasting remotely this afternoon, and welcome all those who are participating by watching through YouTube. As a reminder, we welcome public comment and have provided a mechanism for you to make public comment by leaving voice messages to be played to the board and the public during our broadcast. If you wish to speak at a future meeting, please go to our public participation page on www.lbschools.net, which will give you more information about how to give public comment. As a reminder, in conformance with the Brown Act, when we hear testimony on an item that is not listed on the agenda, a full discussion of that topic would have to be delayed until such time as the item can be publicly posted in advance as a regular agenda item. The board has been meeting in closed session regarding matters listed on today's closed session agenda. And in closed session today, the board voted to approve the dismissal of employee number E0027469-7, a permanent certificated teacher. The board also voted to approve the dismissal of employee number E0050653-7, a temporary certificated teacher. Both separate votes were unanimous, with all 5 members of the board voting to approve in a roll call vote. So first we have public hearing for the local control and accountability plan, which is also available for inspection at www.lbschools.net/LCAP. So I am now opening the public hearing, and we are welcoming our LCAP work group. So at this time, I'll have the LCAP work group come up. The podium is at the opposite end of where you're actually seated, so we'll give you a minute to come up. And then the next 15 minutes are yours, and we look forward to hearing from you.
That's backwards, that's backwards, that's forwards, and then talk, make sure that's green.
Good afternoon, LBUSD board members, Superintendent Dr. Jill Baker, staff, and viewers. My name is Jerlene Tatum. I am a mother of 4, and currently I have a 1st grader and 10th grader enrolled in LBUSD schools. For nearly 3 years, I have participated with a group of LBUSD parents and community stakeholders. We are informally referred to as the LCAP Accountability Group. This group is currently made up of LBUSD parents, community stakeholders, the Children's Defense Fund California, public advocates, Latinos in Action, and Black Lives Matter Long Beach. This evening, we will provide you with a short presentation of information to consider as you finalize the 2021-22 LCAP. Before we begin our presentation, we would like to thank Superintendent Baker and President Craighead for placing us on today's agenda. We also thank Superintendent Baker for her time during this most unusual school year to engage in dialogue and to receive our concerns and feedback. We also thank the board members that we met with to review our current LCAP recommendations and to listen to our other educational concerns. Lastly, we thank Mr. Robert Tagorda, his staff, and Alyssa Taylor Stewart for sitting at the table with us as a team for the last 3 years as we have planned and prepared our LCAP forums and LCAP recommendations. We'd like to ask Lilia, colleague parent, to come forward. Oh, actually, and I forgot something. Thank you, Kim. On the screen, here's a timeline. And this timeline just outlines some of the engagement that has taken place over the last several years and how, when I said this is an informal group, it shows how this group kind of came to be. So just wanted, you'll all receive a copy of this presentation, so I wanted to make sure that you see that this has been a long period of work, and we're really excited about presenting today.
Hello, my name is Lilia Ocampo, and I'm mother of 5 students. Have already graduated from LBUSD, and 2 that I expect that will graduate in 2029. We want to thank the district for the changes you have already made to the new LCAP draft in the areas of support for English learners and language access, creation of Black Student Achievement Initiative, enriched program that supports social, emotional health, and tutoring. Now I'm gonna share our recommendations to make the final LCAP as strong and equitable as possible. English learner support and language access, creation of a Black Student Achievement Advisory Committee, enrichment program that supports social emotional health, and tutoring. And now I'm gonna pass it to my fellow parent, Kim.
Hi, everybody. I am Dr. Kim Tabari, and I, too, am an LBUSD parent. I have 1 child in the district. He's currently in high school, so you've got 3 more years of seeing me. And I also serve on the LCAP accountability group as a parent and a member of Black Lives Matter Long Beach, invested in the success of Black children. So continuing on where Lilia left off, one specific request of the LCAP is to invest in Black student achievement. We have brilliant Black boys and girls in school, but 70% of them are not passing math and English. Currently, the recommendation is to create a Black Student Achievement Initiative with an initial investment of $750,000. We request that this initiative explicitly focuses on Black students' academic and social emotional excellence. What does this look like? Here are some examples. Ensure that the Black student population is reflected in the educational programming and staff. I know we know the data around how many Black teachers and staff there are. We also want to strengthen restorative justice programs at schools, at all schools, instead of the current punitive methods of suspension where you see Black students experience a high number of suspensions. And lastly, we want to targeted outreach to parents, educators, and community members to encourage involvement in this Black Achievement Advisory Team. So as we celebrate Pride this month and Juneteenth on June 19th, I hope that these examples of achieving Black student success resonate and move you all to action for the betterment of Black students in the district. These Black students have been harmed and not sufficiently educated for several decades. This is the year to right this wrong. Thank you in advance for your work, and I will pass the mic to my fellow parent, Mariela.
Thank you, Kim. My name is Mariela Salgado, a Parks Commissioner and LBUSD parent with 2 children in the district who happen to be here with me. At the beginning of the school year, we had over 7,000 students who had disengaged from our district. Over the course of the school year, we have seen many of our students face what feels like insurmountable familial and economic challenges. In turn, we've seen our students' grades decline, disengage virtually, and lose motivation. Now more than ever, social emotional support that is culturally relevant is of utmost importance. I'd like to thank you for your commitment to student enrichment programming, like restorative justice and elementary music programs such as Harmony Project. These programs create an outlet for students to re-engage and make meaningful connections with their peers and make learning more meaningful and rewarding. I want to share a story that highlights the importance of accountability, transparency, and action. 3 years ago, I made the efforts to get involved in our home school as a community member. To my surprise, I was told I couldn't because my children weren't in the district yet. Today, I have the unique experience of serving 2 school sites, one in West Long Beach and the other in East, and can tell you firsthand the significant and stark inequities between school sites. The key to address these inequities is access. Access to academic supports, access to enrichment programs, and access to culturally relevant pedagogy. There is enough data that demonstrates how enrichment programming promotes social, emotional, cognitive, and academic learning. Without district intervention, promotion of these programs, and monitoring, we will lose more students, and particularly our children of color, from their innate ability to just be curious. I will pass on the mic to Angelica with Children's Defense Fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariela, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Angelica Salazar, or Angie. I'm with the Children's Defense Fund California. I'm the Director of Education Equity, and I'm going to talk about tutoring. So the timeline that Jerlene showed earlier mentions a settlement that we reached with Long Beach Unified a few years ago, and we want to build off of that service that is focused on tutoring. Even before the pandemic, we recognized that tutoring for the high-needs schools was crucial in closing opportunity gaps, which is why we focused that service in 30 of the highest needs schools. As we emerge from the pandemic, we want to reiterate our recommendation to invest in equitable tutoring, and we're specifically asking for the district to invest in tutoring that is frequent, consistent, and focused on the whole child. As the slide notes, this looks like high-dosage tutoring, which is defined as 3 or more sessions per week that last at least 30 to 60 minutes for at least 10 weeks. It involves pairing students with a consistent and qualified tutor who works with a group of no more than 4 and aligns with classroom instruction. We recommend that this tutoring be relationship-centered and that tutors be trained in strategies for relationship building that have built-in mentoring time at each session. Finally, whole tutoring must be culturally responsive, which means strategically aligning tutors to students who share similar backgrounds and using culturally responsive tutoring curriculum. I'm going to pass on to Michael, my colleague at CDF.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Ball, and I work at Children's Defense Fund California, which is a nonprofit dedicated to youth issues, including education. I've been fortunate enough to support parents and community members in Long Beach and engage with some district staff directly, so thank you all. And thank you for this opportunity to continue to engage with you. Although the LCAP mentions tutoring multiple times, there is no mention of the relationship-centered, culturally responsive, and high-dosage tutoring program that we are advocating for. So we're specifically asking for a commitment in the LCAP to this specific type of tutoring, as opposed to the low-quality supplemental instruction offered by contracted providers in the past that has proven ineffective. If we can go to the next slide. We are also seeking financial transparency in the LCAP process, and some examples of which can be found on the slide behind me, and I will pass it off to Julian for closing.
On this final slide, it's a summary of what we've gone over today. Although the formation of the LCAP collaboration between community and the district originally seemed more like an obligation and a formality, it now feels like a partnership. For those who have observed the work and collaboration over the past several years, the results of this collaboration have benefited LBUSD, LCAP process, the district, and the community. We believe that the work that has taken place can serve as a model for future engagement around the LCAP process. We ask that the district continue to hold space for this relationship and continue to invest time and staff to work directly with the community to deliver ongoing forums and events to engage and educate the community, the LBUSD community. To our LCAP accountability team, myself, Mariela Salgado, Lilia Ocampo, Kim Tabari, Nicole Ochi, who's with Public Advocates, who's actually in her car watching us right now, who got stuck in traffic, Martha Coda, who is unable to join us today, Michael Bell, who joined us the last year as an intern through CDF. We thank you all for your time and efforts and passion. To the LBUSD board, Superintendent Baker, and staff, thank you for your time, and please let us know if you have any questions for us.
Well, thank you all for being here. And coming in person and giving us that presentation. I don't know if we have any questions. Nope, okay.
No. Oh.
Oh, yes, Mr. Miller.
Yeah. I just first wanted to thank the group that has been working on our LCAP and really holding the district accountable. I think that as a district that often applauds the success that it has, I think there's obviously room to get better, and you all have assisted in helping us create the framework in which we can do so to improve. So all of the great work that you all have put in over the past 3 years, I'm going to pledge that that is definitely not going to be in vain, and I personally want to continue to have a working relationship as with even the comments used in the closing remarks, I think can be part of the boundaries conversations that we talk about with our strategic planning for the near future. So thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Yes, and Dr. Benitez, it's hard sometimes for me to look up there, so forgive me, but Dr. Benitez.
Should I speak up, Madam President? Is it?
Absolutely.
I'll defer. Okay. So I'm wondering if the LCAP group of presenters is still up there, if they can respond to the question. I can't see them from my angle.
Well, I will have them return to the podium.
Thank you. Yeah,
Yes.
I see the angle of our board members and executive staff, but I don't see right now the angle at the podium. So
Okay.
let me know when they're up there, Madam President.
They are.
Oh, I can see them now. Great. Hi, everyone. Sorry I can't be there in person, but I listened to everything and saw the slide deck. So in the spirit of this partnership, which you all referenced, right, and really the partnership coming a long way in the last few years, what would you all like to see from a community perspective in terms of making sure that you all know that we're listening, that we're responsive, that we're engaged, right? Not just right now, because obviously we're all here, we're all listening, but through this partnership, right, through this process, what would you like to share with us here from a community stakeholder perspective and a partner in terms of how we can either do better or listen better?
As a parent who has sat in multiple meetings with you, I think that this past year, I think it was like a crash course on how we could better engage with each other. Part of it was the availability and openness to receive correspondence, whether it be via email, phone, or even engaging in meetings. And when we first reached out to Dr. Baker, she accepted our invitation. and she sat and she listened. So we believe that continuing that, and then also just remembering that we all want the same thing for our children. There's no us, there's no them, it's just we. And for someone who's been involved in this work for over 15 years, advocating for the community, this is the first time I've seen this. And thank you for being part of it, as well as allowing some of our partners that are outside of our community, like Children's Defense Fund and Public Advocates. Although they're not located here in Long Beach, they have carried us and supported us through this. So continue on.
I think what I would also add, Dr. Benitez, is this notion of what is the responsibility of the board members to the community, right? And so I know there was a lot of hot water when you got praised for reaching out to your community, but really that is what they want. You know, I meet with 2, 3, 4 parents a week, and we talk about LCAP, and they have no idea. So I think if they hear it over and over and over, you know, it starts to make sense to people. You know, they don't know where to go with questions. So having community meetings in your districts, in your particular districts, districts 1 through 5, is so critical. Whether there's 10 people there, 20 people there, 60 people there, it doesn't matter. Someone is going to learn something new that day. So I would just really implore folks to pull out their calendars and just, you know, plan Zoom meetings for your community, post a date, whoever shows up, and just have that as a standard meeting, whether it's the first Monday of the month or the last Thursday of the month or whatever it is. But I think it's also like, what else can you as a community board member be doing to reach out to the community and not just relying on us to be the, you know, there's a lot of word of mouth from us, right? But they also want to hear it from their reps directly. So I would just say that. Thank you.
Thanks for the question, Dr. Benitez. I'm going to add briefly that it's been really, I think, enriching over the last year to engage in a conversation where we can define problems and be okay with that. You know, there's nothing wrong with being vulnerable and understanding areas where there are gaps, because that's what's going to help us finally close those opportunity gaps. And so it's been great to be able to talk about problems openly and publicly, and in terms of solutions, be in that dialogue. Like, I know we've sent letters and we've gotten response back, right? And during our meetings, we see your responses to our letters in the LCAP. And as we get to this final phase, let's continue that two-way dialogue where you can say to us, look, we didn't put this in, but this is why, right? And then as the year continues, monitoring the implementation of those services to make sure that that material benefit is reaching the children that we are trying to reach.
Thank you, Dr. Juan Benitez, for your question. And on my part, I think they all say majority, but on my part, I would like to keep the communication open, keep listening to what we have to say, because that's how the work is done, collaborating, listening, and then paying attention to what is working and what is not working, and keep going. Thank you.
You know, I think that's a very good message to leave on, is to keep going. And it's wonderful to hear such positive messages about the collaboration, about the work that's being done. And I believe the current LCAP shows that. It shows that collaboration. It shows that there's a lot of listening going on and that two-way communication. And for that, I'm thankful. So thank you again for being here and joining us and presenting. And thank you for always being involved and helping to direct the work. It's very valuable. Thank you. And now I believe we have public comment on this subject. So we'll go ahead and go to that now.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Baker, and staff. My name is Kevin Collins, and I am providing a public comment on agenda item number 14. Now, I'm encouraged by the district's promise of $703,000 in the Black Student Achievement to be established as a committee piloting a Black Student Achievement program. I hope the district will commit to this program in the 2021 and 2022 LCAP, so there can be a public report of this program with goals and matrix publicly available. When this process is transparent to the public, I will feel more involved in my child's education and trust that the district is truly being accountable to its parents and the students. I therefore request that the Black Student Achievement Initiative program be established and written into the 2021-2022 LCAP. The advisory committee for this program be open to students, staff, teachers, and members of the public to join, and that the district works to make this process publicly transparent so parents, students, teachers, staff, and community members can understand how this will affect our students' education in the district. I thank you for your time and attention.
My name is Pamela Williams. I am a parent of 2 Long Beach Unified students, and I am providing a public comment on agenda item 14, budget report and LCAP. I would like to say that we all are aware that data and research has shown we have been systematically failing Black students, and I feel that it's imperative that schools be a part of the solution. I'm sure we all agree a great education is the most important step in the right direction to provide Black students with vital investments in their success. So I would like to say that I am encouraged by the district promise of the $750,000 in the Black Student Achievement to establish a committee for Black Student Achievement Program. I hope the district will commit to this program in the 2021-2022 school year so that there can be a public report of the program with goals and matrix publicly available. When this process is transparent to the public, as a parent, I will feel more involved in my students' education and trust that the district is holding itself accountable to parents and students. So at this time, I am requesting that 1, Black Student Achievement Initiative program be established and written into the 2021-2022 LCAP. 2, the advisory committee for this program be open to students, staff, teachers, and members of the public to also join. And 3, the district work to make this process transparent to parents and students, teachers, and staff in the committee so we all can understand how this will affect students' education in the district. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I do appreciate it.
Hello, Sumtivdipsua, Board President Diana Craighead, board members, Superintendent Dr. Jill Baker, and executive staff. My name is Christina Lee. I am a product of the LBUSD. I am also an LBUSD parent of 4 children. My oldest one graduated from Millikan High School and is currently in a university. I have a family practice in Long Beach, and I am also a church leader of a Long Beach Cambodian American church. I want my children to keep their Khmer language skill. However, they can only learn the basic language that we normally speak at home. It is not the same as what they can learn from school. Unfortunately, my remaining 3 children are too old to be in the Khmer dual language class, but it will definitely benefit other young children who will be 4 and 5 years old when the program is implemented. Khmer dual language is extremely important for the children and for the community as a whole because at my family practice, I have difficulty hiring a competent Khmer nurse who can proficiently serve our Khmer patients due to limited Khmer language. I am asking the LBUSD board to allocate the LCAP budget for the implementation of the Khmer dual language program to invest in the future of our young Khmer children so that they can grow up to be proficient employees in the healthcare field as well as other industry. Thank you so very much for providing an equitable education to all students. Once again, thank you. Akun.
Melody Hubbard, item number 15, public hearing, local control and accountability plan. Good afternoon, Dr. Baker, executive staff, and members of the school board. My name is Melody Hubbard, and I am the teacher librarian at Barton Elementary. I propose that the board utilize a portion of the LCAP funds to implement full-time library programs at every school, specifically Title I schools. This is why. If done properly, a school library program is many things. It is the heart of a school. It is a reflection of the students and community which it serves. It is a place where parents without internet or printer access can complete and print out or email a job application. It is a place where students gather before and after school, as well as during lunch to read, work on computers, and play reading and math games. It is a place to celebrate literacy during family literacy nights in which children come in their pajamas with their favorite pillows and stuffed animals to hear stories read aloud while their smiling parents look on. It is a place of direct instruction in both state library standards and Common Core reading, writing, and research standards. It is a place of collaboration between teacher librarians and classroom teachers, which leads to stronger, richer lessons for students. It is a place where students see possibilities for themselves in biographies about people who have accomplished great things and who are from the student's same cultural, racial, or linguistic background. It is a builder of literacy by allowing parents to check out books for their children to read at home. Many of my students do not have books at home. The school library is their only access. Cutting library time at schools based on enrollment rather than on need curtails my students' access to books and other resources. It further widens the equity gap between my children at Barton and more affluent students who have greater access to resources in their homes and in their schools. In more affluent schools, when additional resources are needed, the PTA raises the money. We do not have a PTA. I have purchased many of the books I want my students to have with my own money. I invite you to visit the Barton Library and see the positive impact a school library can have in a socioeconomically disadvantaged community. Thank you for the opportunity to speak regarding this issue. I would like my comments to be in the public 3 o'clock session. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hello, Board President Diana Craighead, Board Members, Superintendent Dr. Jill Baker, and Executive Staff. My name is Anthony T. Guerrero. I am an educator for students with disabilities at Compton Unified School District. Khmer language dual immersion must be implemented so that the young Khmer children can become fluent in their heritage language. They will be equipped with the language skills that they can use for the rest of their lives and will become competitive in the local, national, and international job market. There are only a few Khmer teachers in the Long Beach Unified School District. However, it would not be hard to increase the number of certified Khmer dual language educators in the Long Beach Unified School District. The district can employ the services of universities, including California State Fullerton's National Resource Center for Asian Languages. In addition, the California Commission on Teaching Credentialing offers the CSET in Khmer that can either be used for the single subject teaching credentials or for bilingual authorization. Please allocate the LCAP budget for the establishment of the Khmer dual language program to help Khmer children maintain their language, history, and culture. Thank you very much.
Hello, board members, Superintendent Baker, and staff. My name is Leslie Lewis, and I am a parent, and I am providing public comment on agenda item 14. My children are 7 and 9, and their future is daunting unless there is intervention. Nothing gets better on its own. They need a Black Student Achievement Committee to help students who are consistently scoring low on academic indicators and school climate indicators. I'm hopeful because of the $750,000 promise in Black Student Achievement to establish a committee piloting a Black Student Achievement program. I hope the district will commit to this program in the 2021-2022 LCAP so that there will be a public report of this program with goals and measures publicly available. When the process is transparent to the public, I personally feel more involved in my children's education, and I trust that the district is holding itself accountable to both students and parents. I am requesting that, number one, the Black Student Achievement Initiative program be established and written into the 2021-2022 LCAP. Number two, the advisory committee for this program be open to students, staff, and teachers. And finally, number three, the district work to make this process publicly transparent so that students, teachers, staff, and the community can understand how this will affect students' education in the district. Thank you for your time and attention.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Baker, and staff. My name is Jimmy Jones, and I'm a parent, and I am providing public comment on agenda item 14, the budget report and LCAP. Well, I'm encouraged by the district's promise of $750,000 in Black Student Achievement to establish a committee piloting a Black Student Achievement program. I hope the district will comment on this program in the 2021-2022 LCAP, so there can be a public report of this program with goals and metrics publicly available. When this process is transparent to the public, I will feel more involved in my child's education and trust that the district is holding itself accountable to parents and to students. Therefore, I am requesting that the Black Student Achievement Incentive Program be established and written into the 2021 and 22 LCAP. The advisory committee for this program to be open to students, staff, and teachers, members of the public to join. The district will work to make this process publicly transparent so parents, teachers, and staff and the community members can understand how this will affect the students' education in the district. Thank you for your time and attention. Have a great day.
Mi nombre es Maribel Mireles, miembro de Latinos en Acción, y soy madre de un estudiante aprendiz de inglés de este distrito. Con todo lo que está pasando con la pandemia, los estudiantes aprendices de inglés se han visto con más barreras para aprender. Hay más necesidades para ellos, así que ustedes saben que tienen que el 56% de los ELS estuvieron al menos en calificaciones de D o F en el otoño pasado. El LCAP aún no es demasiado general. Mi comentario es para el número 15 en la agenda. Estoy aquí para pedirles que usen el fondo del LCAP para que adopten las recomendaciones específicas de Latinos in Action y Parent Organization Network, específicamente hacia la creación de capacitación y experiencia tanto a nivel del distrito como de sitio escolar para implementar programas y prácticas de evaluación sólidas de ELD. Gracias.
Hello, my name is Maribel Mireles, member of Latinos in Action. I am the mother of an English learner student in this district. With everything that is happening in the pandemic, English learners have been faced with more barriers to learning. There are more needs for them, so you know that 56% of ELS were below grades D's and F last fall. The LCAP is still too general. My comment is for number 15 of the agenda. I am here to ask you to use the LCAP fund to adopt the specific recommendations of Latinos in Action and Parent Organization Network, specifically towards the creation of training and experience at both the district level and the school site levels to implement solid programs and assessments and practices of ELP. Thank you.
Mi nombre es Kimberly Ovalle de Latinos in Action y padre de un estudiante. Mi comentario es para el número 15. Quiero decirles que como padre monolingüe hemos tenido mucha dificultad en las reuniones. Sé que están haciendo el intento de mejorar esa situación e interpretación. Si realmente quieren cambios, les pido que entrenen a los intérpretes y las familias para permitir la interpretación simultánea en plataformas virtuales como Zoom para asegurar que los padres tengan acceso a las comunicaciones bidireccionales en inglés, español y camboyano a través de todos los grupos de padres de partes interesadas de la escuela y el distrito. Espero consideren nuestra petición a una gran necesidad. Gracias, buen día.
Hello, Board President Diana.
My name is Kimberly Uvalle from Latinos in Action. I am the parent of a student. My comment is for number 15. I want to tell you that as a monolingual parent, we have had many difficulties in the meetings. I know what they are doing in an attempt to improve the situation and interpretation. If you really want changes, I ask that you train interpreters and families to allow simultaneous interpretation on virtual platforms such as Zoom to ensure that parents have access to directional communication in English, Spanish, and Cambodian across all parent groups, school and district stakeholders as well. I hope you will consider our request to a great need. Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, I think that concludes the public comment for that item. And now the adoption of budget for fiscal year 2021-2022. That is available for inspection at www.lbschools.net/budget. Now I'll call for agenda items for separate action or adoption of the agenda as posted.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor with a roll call vote. Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Otto? Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So hearing no opposition or abstentions, that motion passes 5-0. Approval of minutes.
Move approval.
Discussion? All in favor, Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So hearing no opposition or abstentions, that motion passes 5-0. And now we're at the introduction of our student board representative, and this is Abigail Molinar from Browning. So Abigail, yes, welcome.
Thank you for having me. Good evening, distinguished members of the Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Baker, executive staff, and all guests here tonight. My name is Abigail Molinar. I'm a junior here at Browning High School and a ASB representative. We are excited to announce that on April 16th, Richard D. Browning High School will have its first graduating seniors. Woo! The class of 2021 will leave the gates of our school to find their way in this big world. As an ASB member, it is an honor and privilege to help plan and prepare for our first graduating year of seniors. Our guest speaker will be the one and only State Senator Lena Gonzalez, and we are thrilled to hear her words of wisdom that she has for us. We invite you all to join us June 16th at 2 p.m. on our campus to help us celebrate the class of 2021. We are also participating in the LBUSD's first theme school grad bash at McBride High School this Saturday, June 5th at 7 p.m. We are throwing the class of 2021 a huge celebration. This includes a DJ, karaoke, movie, food trucks, and fun games. We will be having seniors from McBride, Renaissance, Sato, and EPHS joining us. On June 11th, our event planning class, along with our PTSA, will be hosting an awards ceremony for our seniors, most of which will be receiving medallions to signify their achievements during their Browning careers. In other news, the Bisons, we've recently had our advisory board mixer. This was an opportunity where our students got to meet and mingle with active culinary and hospitality industry leaders in our community. This includes our company with the head chefs of Lucille's and Hoffman Hospitalities, Saints and Seconds, the vice president of marketing at the Long Beach Convention and Visitors Bureau, along with owners of local restaurants such as The Attic and Spicy Sugar Thai. With that event have going off so well, we do plan to have quarterly mixers next year for present and future students. As this year has come to a close, we would like to thank you all, everyone on the board, the superintendent, for all your hard work and support during this challenging and interesting year.
Thank you, Abigail. Did you have something? Thank you. Thank you for joining us and giving us that report. Congratulations to the very first graduating class of Browning. I understand you have a job to go to, so we thank you for being patient with us.
Thanks for being here.
And next we have communications, so I will hand it over to Mr. Itzen.
My name is Millie Martin. I'm Renaissance High School for the Arts Cafeteria Supervisor. I've been a cafeteria supervisor here. This is my only school that I've been a supervisor at, is 24 years. I've been with the district 33 years. My jobs entail ordering the food, ordering the milk and juice and yogurts, preparing the food, serving it, getting it ready. The pandemic really taught me, how much I miss the kids here. And going to another school this late in my career I went over to Kettering, and it was like 6 months over there. But it was amazing, and you get these little love notes drawn in chalk from the students. It was so cute. And just seeing their eyes light up, and their parents were telling us this is what they look forward to every day, was coming to pick up their lunches. Working for the Long Beach School District has been a great thing. I went to schools in Long Beach since 2nd grade, I believe, and I worked as a milk monitor way back when and didn't know that this is what I was going to end up doing. I have run into people from the district all over, Target, Costco, a whole bunch of different places, Disneyland, and I'm not going to mention names, and even one in Solvang. I kept hearing my name, and I'm like, who knows me in Solvang? So that really touches me, that we have that. Coming back after pandemic, the kids have been so appreciative, and a lot of them have told me that they're sad that they just heard that I was going to be retiring. Even though some of them were graduating, they said, I'm still sad that you're not going to be here. And I'm like, I'm going to be sad because I'm not going to miss the paperwork, to be honest. I'm not going to miss the mental work, but I am going to miss the kids. This has been a really great school. I've really found my niche, I think, here, and I've really enjoyed my years here. And I'm going to be sad to not see them because I missed them the 6 months I was over at Kettering, but it was great to work with the little kids and see it. But what I really love here the most is seeing the kids they come in and they're shy, or they're, they don't talk much and they blossom here. And these kids are amazing and they're so inspired and so ready to work and willing to learn. And I love that. And I'm going to miss that.
Thank you, Mr. Itzen, and our MMS team for providing these little bits of sunshine. It's so nice to hear from people who love what they do, they love the kids, and it helps center us, get back to why we do what we do. Before we hear testimony with our phone messages, I just want to apologize in advance for any technological problems we may have. This is not a perfect system, but if you happen to be somebody calling in and your complete message doesn't get played in this meeting, feel free to email us your complete statement and we will read that. So with that, we will go on and we will start with public testimony. Oh, I don't believe we have any for items on the agenda. Okay, so we will hear public testimony on items not listed on the agenda.
Anna Craighead, board members, Superintendent Dr. Jill Baker, and executive staff. My name is Savannah Williams. I live in Denver, Colorado. I lived in Long Beach for 2 years when I worked for a nonprofit that provided clean water and health education to people in developing countries. I was lucky to have an opportunity to travel to Cambodia in the summer of 2019 with a friend of mine. I was impressed with how the youth and children knew their culture and language very well. The children were curious, playful, and very eager to learn. They liked to practice English and teach us some of their Khmer words. I learned that the children in Long Beach knew very little about their language and culture. I noticed a communication gap between the youth and elders due to their lack of Khmer language skills. I was impressed when I started volunteering as a tutor assistant with Miss Chan Hobson in a Khmer after-school tutoring program at Whittier Elementary School. I witnessed the students were so excited and happy to be in the Khmer class to learn their language, culture, and heritage. There was full attendance in each Tuesday Khmer class. They actively participated and fully engaged in all activities. I hope the Long Beach Unified School District will highly consider allocating the LCAP budget to implement the Khmer Dual Language program soon. The investment in the Khmer Dual Language program will enable the Long Beach Khmer children to have the opportunity to connect to the children in Cambodia and learn from each other across the globe. Also, this Khmer skill will help them to get scholarships to study more in Cambodia. Thank you very much.
This item is not on the agenda for June 2nd. Jimritsul, Madam Board President Diana Craighead, board members, Superintendent Dr. Jill Baker, and executive staff. My name is Angelina. I'm a sophomore at Cal State Fullerton. Long Beach is a diverse and multicultural community. The youth living here should know their language, culture, and heritage, and they should be able to communicate in their language with family, friends, and the rest of the community, whether it be for casual conversation or, career serving in their community. When I was in high school at Wilson, I took the Khmer language class that they offered. I learned how to read and write Khmer, and I knew a few non-Khmer students in the classes too, so I appreciate that you have that Khmer class. And even though I did learn a lot, for 4 years in high school, I still think that, my Khmer skills are not competent enough to compete for a high position job serving in the Long Beach community. And I would like to ask the LBUSD board to really invest in our young Khmer children by allocating the LCAP budget to implement the Khmer dual language program in Whittier Elementary for the 2021 to 2022 school year. And I'm sure there'll be, there will be many non-Khmer parents that are interested in enrolling their youth in this very first Khmer dual language program in Whittier Elementary. Your investment in our young children with a Khmer language skill besides English will be very productive in the future. Thank you very much.
Dear Board of Education, my name is Cairo Davis, and I am an alumni of Renaissance High School of the Performing Arts, graduated class of 2012, and I am highly concerned about the decisions being made at RHSA. Why are these new principals coming in and trying to eradicate the performing arts and only push film, visual arts, and costume design on these students? When I got accepted to RHSA, I had to audition to get in. It was lighthearted and competitive and drove me to strive to be the best I can be to perform. They stopped auditions in 2010 to push its test scores, which kind of disappointed me and lost its originality on what it means to be in an art school. When I got accepted and got to go down its halls, I felt the passion, the fun, and drive of every student. Whether it was singing, dancing, playing an instrument, and running around in fairy wings, each student expressed themselves the way they wanted to. This school pushed me to step outside of my comfort zone. The performing arts programs helped me not to feel like I had to be the best, but gave me the inspiration that I can do whatever and learn whatever as long as I have fun and set my mind to it. Being a part of the performing arts shaped who I am and who I wanted to be as a youth. I didn't want to conform. I wanted to stand out and not be afraid to be laughed at, whether it will be from my own peers or strangers. I walked down those halls being free of being who I am. Being a part of the performing arts kept away from days of not wanting to be at home, and my relationships with teachers helped me through all the tough times that happened in my life as a child. The performing arts saved my life. The performing arts saves lives. It's something that's needed to be known that most of these students at this school are not white. Black and brown students deserve to be artists. They deserve to explore themselves through all kinds of art because it's not around for us. The performing arts are heavily funded by the school. The performing arts paid for millions of dollars to budget to rebuild Renaissance. The performing arts sold out every show at Long Beach Performing Arts Center and choir and dance shows at the Scottish Rite. People wanted to see us perform on these stages. Y'all will not take that away from these students. You will all make sure that the students feel seen and included at this school. There is no other school like ours. Don't take this away from us. Don't take this away from the students and the future generations. Thank you.
I am Dr. Cheryl Jung of Long Beach, California, and I have public testimony regarding an item not listed on the agenda for the LBUSD board meeting of June 2nd, 2021. On Monday, May 31st, I received an email from Millikan High School stating that, quote, classes for all Millikan students will be virtual beginning on June 10th. More info to come, end quote. I cannot find the discussion of this significant decision on any of the board agendas or minutes. I would like to understand who made this decision, how it was authorized, and how it was justified. I believe there are no possible safety or educational justifications for prohibiting in-person learning for any of the remaining days of the school year. When I asked for the reasoning behind this decision, I was told, quote, this is an LBUSD high school decision. It had to do with graduation ceremonies, end quote. In no previous years have graduation ceremonies required 9th through 11th graders to remain home for 4.5 days. I believe this decision must be changed to allow students to continue in-person learning, which the state and the district has an obligation to provide. Thank you very much.
This item is not on the agenda for June 2nd. Som Chumrip Su, hello, Board President Diana Craighead, Board members, Superintendent Dr. Jill Baker, and Executive Staff. My name is Vatana Peng. I am the Executive Director of the Cambodian Family Community Center, a nonprofit organization in Santa Ana. Many Cambodian parents and grandparents are monolingual or limited English proficient. This creates a communication barrier between youth and adults and can lead to emotional challenges. As the Executive Director of community-based organization, we have been filling this gap by providing in-language support for our monolingual Cambodian-speaking clients. However, I have had great difficulty finding employees who are bilingual and culturally competent. For example, I posted a job opening for a culturally competent mental health therapist for over 7 months, but I did not receive any application. We need a high school to college and career pipeline that prepares students to be bilingual and culturally competent. The Khmer Dual Language Program will bring us one step closer to having a culturally competent workforce. Therefore, I would like to request the Long Beach Unified School District to allocate the LCAP budget for the implementation of the Khmer Dual Language Immersion Program at Weedy Elementary School. I received my Master in Public Health from Cal State Philippines, and I started working at the Cambodian Family Community Center at the entry-level position and rose up to become the Executive Director of the organization due to impart my bilingual skills in English and Khmer. Good news is that this year, Cal State Fullerton has received authorization from the state of California to prepare Khmer teacher candidates. Prospective Khmer teacher candidates can contact Dr. Natalie Tran, Chair, Department of Secondary Education, Director of EdD Program, and Professor, Department of Educational Leadership at Cal State Fullerton at 657-278-5481. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide these comments. Have a great day.
This is Gwen Larson. This is an item not on the agenda. So I'm a high school teacher at Poly and the parent of 2 middle school students, one of whom will be doing School of Choice this fall. This year, I have watched my freshman students struggle through online learning where they were absent from school due to family responsibilities, lack of technology, or personal loss, or all three. We know these West Side families were disproportionately hit by the pandemic that tore through their communities. When their younger siblings start looking for high schools in the fall alongside my son, what is LBUSD doing to ensure an equitable school of choice experience for these kids? How can they compete with peers who were not as adversely affected as they were by COVID? How is LBUSD going to revisit the school of choice formula and ensure that students whose GPA suffered as a result of a traumatic pandemic year, students who would otherwise have had the option to apply to specialized programs, how are we going to ensure that they're not disproportionately barred from even applying? How is LBUSD going to work with the communities whose education suffered the most in this pandemic and make sure they are not penalized for it? In the beginning of the year, Dr. Baker insisted that we give our students and ourselves grace. I want to know what kind of grace is going to be given to these kids as they apply to competitive high schools in the fall. Thank you.
Hi, this is Michael Brown. I want to address something that's not on the agenda. This is for public comment. What I want to address in particular is the school choice process. I have 2 kids who are now in middle school and one who's in high school. And I'm just learning now for the first time because of a lot of the news that's been in the press, including in the Long Beach papers, about school of choice. And I remember when my older son, who's at Poly, had school of choice, he had multiple options. He had a first, second, and third choice. And now I'm noticing that that's not going to be the case for my second and third kids who are coming up through middle school. I don't know why that is. And it seems to me that the fact that there are also career pathways with few choices makes it no choice at all. It seems to me that it's very strange that two of these, major sort of pathways or processes for students to try to determine where they want to go to high school have been changed pretty much under the radar over the last couple years. And for my middle school kids who are rising right now, they don't know what path they want to go. They don't know whether they want to be in the hotel industry or in some other industry. And maybe they'll never make that choice in high school at all. And so what I'm finding is that the pathways are now starting to encroach on of the excellent academics that it's out there. And I'm wondering who made this choice? And at what point was this made? And were parents ever consulted about this? Because I can tell you, if I had known about this, I would have come in and said, this is a terrible idea. Why do you want students to have one choice and one choice only, and that choice to be from an array of pathways that have been pre-selected for them when maybe they're not even interested in any of those pathways? So I just want to make one recommendation to the board. I think that the board should try to find a way to consult with parents on a regular basis. They should be out there talking to middle school parents who have kids who are rising to come up to high school and be asking those middle school parents, what's the best way for us to get your kids to learn and to, achieve academic excellence? And if you're going to make decisions that are going to cut off the kids' choices about what they're going to study, you should ask the parents whether that's a good idea or not. Because I can tell you, if you'd asked me, I would have said no. So I really think that the school board has to find a way to consult with parents and do it on a regular basis. Look, that's the entire message that's coming through with all of the articles that have been in the newspapers recently, is that the school board does not know how to communicate to the community.
សូមជម្រាបសួរ Madam Board President Diana Craighead, Honorable Board Members, Superintendent Dr. Jill Baker, and Executive Staff. My name is Charles Song, a community member and an outreach specialist. During my active involvement in the community for over 3 decades, I outreach to adults and youth for many different projects. And I heard the intergenerational communication gap is becoming wider. My young adults cannot get employment in Long Beach because they can't serve their own population due to lack of Khmer language skills. This is a serious problem for our community. The LBUSD has an excellent reputation as one of America's finest school systems and serves one of the most diverse large cities in the United States. And dozens of languages are spoken by local students according to the Global Education Study. The largest group are Hispanic students at 57.8%, followed by white students at 12.2%, and African American at 11.9%. Asian students make up 6.7% of the student population, with Khmer students being the largest part of the Asian groups. Since Khmer students are buried in the Asian group, the Khmer students' issue are rarely addressed. The biggest issue is the Khmer students are losing their identity because they are losing their language. Therefore, the implementation of the Khmer dual language program in Whittier Elementary is a necessity. If you need help outreaching to the parents to enroll their young kids in the program, I will offer my help in this area. I strongly recommend that the LBUSD board to allocate the LCAP budget to develop the Khmer dual language program for the 2021-2022 school year. Please let us know about the timeline of the possible implementation, because you can start with only one B-class Khmer teacher. Thank you so much for allowing me the time.
This item is not on the agenda for June 2nd. Board President Diana Craighead, Board Members, Superintendent Dr. Jill Baker, and Executive Staff. My name is Kanika Pram. I have lived in Long Beach for 40 years since 1980. I speak conversational Khmer, but I can't read or write Khmer. Now I am the parent of a toddler who will be a future LBUSD student. Therefore, I don't want my child to grow up without Khmer language skills because it will limit her ability to be competitive in the global job market. For this reason, I would like to request the LBUSD to allocate the LCAP budget for the implementation of the Khmer dual language immersion program in Whittier Elementary School, so my child can enroll in a class that will help her to be literate in English and Khmer. Please make LBUSD the first school district in the nation to make an investment in the future of the young Khmer children. Thank you very much for providing an equitable education to all students.
This item is not on the agenda for June 2nd. Good afternoon, Board President Diana Craighead, board members, Superintendent Dr. Jill Baker, and executive staff. My name is Mark Hobson, the Khmer Parent Association Secretary. I have been a resident of Long Beach for over 40 years. On Tuesday, several parents called the KPA office with questions regarding the dual immersion interest survey that they received to inform the LBUSD about their interest in enrolling their child in the dual immersion program. I would like to thank the LBUSD for investigating the implementation of a Khmer dual immersion program. However, after looking into the survey, I feel the numbers will not accurately represent the importance of a dual immersion program to the community. The survey was sent to parents in only a handful of schools. I know that some parents would transfer their children from a different school in the district for the opportunity to have them in a Khmer dual immersion program. Also, the survey does not have the option to select children younger than TK to show their interest in enrolling them in the Khmer dual immersion when they are older. Or the parents with older than 5th grade children can't show their interest in having a Khmer dual immersion program. It is important that the dual immersion interest survey collects data from the whole Khmer community in the LBUSD. For this reason, it would be beneficial to have an updated survey redistributed to the whole community. Thank you very much.
Superintendent, this item is not on the agenda for June 2nd. Board President Diana Craighead, board members, Superintendent Dr. Jill Baker, and executive staff. My name is Sophie Jim, a proud mother of 3 young children, 3rd grader and preschooler at Whittier Elementary School, and the youngest one will start school next year. On Monday, I received a message from LBUSD asking parents to complete a dual immersion interest survey. I would like to thank LBUSD for this initiative. However, after completing the survey, I have some concern that the survey will not reach the parents who need to fill it out. The survey should be sent to other community members as widely as possible, because there are many families with children that are too young to go to school, so they do not know about the survey. However, I know many parents who would put their children in the dual immersion program when they are old enough to start. Furthermore, children start the dual immersion program when they start school. The older children in the survey could not qualify for the program. The survey should have an option to show interest in the Khmer Heritage Language program or after-school program for the older children. Thank you for your kind consideration.
Amelia Johnson, item not on the agenda. This is yet another request for LBUSD to reconsider and reinstate health education as a graduation requirement beginning with the class of 2025. This course was removed in 2010 primarily due to a looming financial crisis. Times are now different, and data from both the Long Beach Health Department and LBUSD itself strongly suggest that a health education course and its content are essential for Long Beach Unified School District students and the Long Beach community. Although this item is not on the agenda, this request can be associated with Agenda Item 15. The May 27th draft of the LCAP plan summarizes stakeholders' recommendations into goals, actions, and services by using 3 guiding questions, one of which is, what practices will be most effective in addressing social-emotional learning? It is believed that requiring all students to take a comprehensive skill-based health education course would be an effective action step of the LCAP plan and would support addressing the social-emotional learning of all students. The 5 core CASEL competencies are referenced in the LCAP plan. Those same core competencies are 5 of 8 of the health education standards. It seems LBUSD would be remiss to not require a health education course for all students as part of the action plan to meet the goals under the LCAP.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Baker, and staff. My name is Kevin Collins, and I am providing a public comment on agenda item number 14. Now, I'm encouraged by the district's promise of $750,000.
Right, so that last one was the first one. Okay, that concludes the public comment on...
Mrs. Kirkhead?
Yes.
May I ask for Dr. Kale to have an opportunity to clarify the timeline related to the Khmer dual immersion program and provide some other clarifications before we proceed?
Yes, let's do that. Dr. Kale.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for the opportunity. I just want to start by saying first that the dual immersion program process really exists outside of the LCAP. So whether or not it's about the LCAP or about the program in general, after hearing some community messages, I think 2 weeks ago was the first time we heard those messages, our office reached out last week, and we had a follow-up meeting with the community members who we first initiated a meeting with in January. So, and just giving some background, Proposition 58 has several requirements that we as a district must fulfill in response to community requests for dual immersion programs. So the requirements result in a feasibility study that describes our ability to offer the program at the requested school, which in this case is Whittier. So some of those criteria, for example, are site capacity, teacher credentialing, parent interest, and enrollment patterns. So as you heard mentioned by a couple of the callers, we're currently surveying parents of students in the Whittier and surrounding elementary school areas. So that's including Lincoln, Signal Hill, Alvarado, and Herrera, to gauge interest in both Khmer and Spanish dual immersion programs. On Monday, that survey actually will go out district-wide. So all parents in the district will receive the same survey on Monday. Just a couple of things to keep in mind. A dual immersion program requires enrollment of both native and non-native speakers. So when we complete the study, we'll be able to determine if DI is really the appropriate model, or if there's another type of program, such as a heritage language program, that we can put in place. So once we finish with the feasibility study, we'll conduct a community meeting at Whittier to inform the community of the findings.
Thank you. We definitely seem to have very interested community members. Okay, next on the agenda we have the staff report. So the 2021-22 budget, local control and accountability plan, and learning acceleration and support plan. Dr. Baker.
Thank you, Mrs. Craighead. So I'm pleased to begin tonight's presentation that builds on the 2 prior presentations, integrating information about budget, the LCAP, and our learning acceleration and support plan. So tonight, the sequence is that Ms. Takahashi and Ms. Arcus will be providing information and context around the 2021-22 district budget. Mr. Tagorda will do a briefing around our current LCAP plans and the revisions that have been made over the last couple of months to our LCAP. And then I will provide some context for our learning acceleration and support plan in Pillars 2 and Pillar 3. So pleased to turn it over to Ms. Takahashi.
Sure. Happy to kick it off. I would just say that we're just very appreciative of the opportunity to again demonstrate our commitment towards budget and program transparency as we just move into this very exciting and challenging year ahead. And I just want to note what a different time financially we're in today than we were a year ago. On June 2nd, 2020, we presented a district budget with proposed cuts from Governor Newsom of approximately 10% of our local control funding formula. And that was predicated on the state not receiving additional federal stimulus funding. Well, the California economy outperformed expectations through COVID, and there was an infusion of federal dollars. So today, there's just a much different tone and tenor, and we're able to talk about programs that we have developed and are able to roll out that is backed with resources that meet the immediate needs of our community. And so it's not that we don't have challenges, but this is just a much different time financially than we're in today than we were in a year ago. I just want to remind the community that the budget is not a thing or an event, but it's a process, and it's a year-round process that really begins in January with the governor's proposed budget to the state legislature. His proposal is revised in May, and today in June, we as a school district are required to adopt a budget just to get the year started. The state legislature still has not adopted its budget for the state. Therefore, we don't have a complete revenue picture for our budget. And therefore, upon passage of that budget, we will have 45 days if revenues are materially impacted from the budget that we pass this month. Then we move on to sort of looking at the execution of our budget from our first interim or second interim and our estimated actuals report, which just falls right into the budget development season for the next year. So it's really an iterative process, and it's a process that incorporates the latest and greatest information that we have to really inform our financial projections. But the themes of the budget that we have before you tonight is that it incorporates higher than expected state revenues via the May revision that the governor released in May. It contains significant one-time revenues for COVID relief. Enrollment is a risk area that is more acute today than it has been in the past. And funding has been coordinated to support the Learning Acceleration and Support Plan. This is our all operating funds revenue budget. It totals $1.22 billion, and you'll see that the general fund, unrestricted and restricted, comprise the lion's share of the budget. And we don't want to de-emphasize the importance of the Child Development Fund, our Adult Education Fund, and our Cafeteria Fund, but what we will be focusing on tonight is the 94% of our budget, which is the general fund. Our general fund revenue is projected to be $1.14 billion. Most of it is comprised of our local control funding formula at 66%. You'll see we have federal revenues of $174.6 million, an infusion of $70 million of ESSER, that's federal stimulus relief monies, incorporated into the federal revenue budget. And other state revenues, and that incorporates in-person instruction grant of $24 million and our extended learning opportunities grant, for which you passed a plan of $55 million. So it's approximately $150 million of one-time COVID relief resources infused in our budget. So we want to talk about the assumptions that are underlying that 66% of the general fund budget, our local control funding formula. It incorporates a cost of living adjustment assumption of 5.07%. Cost of living adjustment is year over year increases to per pupil funding. And that was what the governor proposed in his May revision. And you'll see that COLA has varied widely and is projected at 1.28 and 1.61 in the out years. COLA is vital for us as a school district, especially since we're a declining enrollment district. So we need more money because we don't have the students in terms of generation of dollars. So before I move to unduplicated pupil percentage, I'll move to enrollment decline. We're also projecting an enrollment decline of 2% for next year. And you'll see on the slide that we had a steady march downward of approximately 2% annually, with the exception of last year of approximately 3%. The projection for next year and the out years is very challenging for us. Over half of our students did not return to in-person instruction. And so we will have significant outreach efforts to our families to encourage them to return in the fall. And we will be monitoring this very closely because it is vital to our funding. So just to go back, and another assumption that we made is our unduplicated pupil percentage of 67%. Unduplicated students are our low-income students, our English language learner students, our foster students, and our homeless students. And our unduplicated pupil percentage drives our supplemental and concentration grant funding. That's additional funding that we get in LCFF to serve the needs of our neediest students. And so we have carried over the percentage from last year. We note that approximately 3 years ago, this percentage was approximately 70%. So as we've declined 2% as a district annually, the percentage, the number of students in the unduplicated category has fallen faster than our enrollment decline. And so we also face identification challenges with respect to our low-income students for next year, actually attaining this rate of 67%, or actually attaining a rate that's representative of our population. We know that we've had universal feeding, which is free meals for every student ages 1 through 18 in 2021 and 21-22. It's a wonderful community benefit, but the way in which the district has historically identified its low-income students has been through the meal application process for free and reduced price meals. So schools made a very heroic effort last year to have their families complete what we call alternative certification or a household income form, and they're going to have to re-engage in these efforts so we can capture and identify every low-income student that we serve to generate the funding that this district needs to serve its neediest students. And before I leave revenue and hand it over to Renee to discuss expenditures, we just want to again apprise the community of how we're planning to distribute our entire bucket of COVID relief funds. There's been a lot of talk about the district receiving approximately $400 million in COVID relief fund, and that's a true statement. We're actually projected to receive about $470 million of COVID relief funds, but we're intending to spread that funding out over a number of years. Next year, about $150 million, the $150 million that I described earlier, and in the 2 out years at approximately $100 million to $150 million. And so we're intending to spread this out in order for us to sustain programs and also to be able to make mid-course corrections to the extent that they're necessary. So I will now turn it over to Renee if there are no questions on what I've presented thus far.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to, Yumi just walked us through the revenues, and so I'm going to take a moment to walk you through how we're planning on spending our funds. So this graph is representative kind of what you just saw, how we get our revenue. This is representative of how we spend our funds. It's laid out by our budget categories. It includes certificated salaries, classified salaries, and employee benefits, and our purchases of book supplies, services, and other operating materials. Much of what we spend, I've probably sung this a little too many times, is in our personnel costs. We are a district made up of people, and that's what we do. That's how we serve our students. And we are representing about $1.1 billion in general fund expenditures this year. So not unlike the revenue, we have assumptions for our expenditures, and I want to share some of those with you. We are including our STRS and PERS contribution increases. For those who don't know, our STRS program is our certificated retirement program for our certificated personnel, and our PERS is our classified personnel retirement system. STRS is, we included in a budget almost a 1% increase to contributions on that retirement program behalf, and for PERS, almost a 2% increase to the retirement program. We continue to see increases in health benefits. This is nothing new. This is something that is, that happens to all entities and is happening to us on the natural. We do work with our unions and our health benefits committees to ensure that we're doing the best that we can to monitor these expenses. New to the list this year, though, is our unemployment insurance increases, and this is a biggie. Just to give you an idea, it was a 2,500% increase. So last year, or the year that we're in currently, it's about a $200,000 cost to contribute to our unemployment insurance. For next year, that cost is about $6 million. So there are many people looking into that and working with the state, but this is something that we did have to budget for and we'll continue to monitor. And we did include it in the out years in the event that this is something that it's a statewide need for the relief from the cost of unemployment and the skyrocketing cost of unemployment. In our budget, we have included salary increases that are reflected for the negotiations that have closed, which includes our TALB negotiations have closed and our CSEA negotiations are still pending. As always, we have included special education annual cost increases, and in turn, those increases are funded by the district contribution to the special ed. We plan on them returning to their normal levels now that we have in-person instruction has resumed with normal annual increases on those expenses. Let me change the slide. So we brought this slide to you last time. It's a little different format. I may have dreamed it up on a piece of paper, and what we were trying to show is the building of the general fund budget. I've talked about what we spend our money on. This is kind of an opportunity to talk about our budget programmatically. So in the bottom two, the blue bases, is our local control funding program, and that accounts for about $750 million of our funding sources. And those actually, in particular, that's going to be discussed tonight by Robert. He's going to talk about our LCAP, our local control accountability plan, and all of those funds are included in those plans, and they're one of the plans that you're going to approve eventually at the June 23rd board. Kind of moving up the mountain, we have the state grants and entitlements. And last time we were asked for maybe a little bit more detail about what makes up this funding source. And so we wanted to let you know, part of what's in here is the special education state budget. It's about $52 million that we show in expenditures here. And it was included in our SELPA plan that we brought to you back on May 17th. We also have in this our one-time dollars in our ELO plan and our in-person grant. We include instructional materials, some after-school programs, and various other state programs that are provided by the state. The next section is our federal grants, and we wanted to break it down a little further as well. We've discussed that we have about $70 million in our ESSER one-time in this year's budget. As you saw from our revenue plan, we are planning on spreading this out. So this is a piece that we've included expenditure-wise. We include our Title I programs in this section, as well as some other federal special ed revenue that was also included in the SELPA plan that we approved a couple meetings ago. And finally, we have our local grants and entitlements for about $5.3 million. This includes the donations that we approve at every meeting. This includes local grants from agencies that we work with in the city and some in even the state, but it's not funded by a state, federal, or by our local resources. And to kind of wrap it all together and why we're all presenting together is the Learning Acceleration and Support Plan, which is not a required plan, but we'll be working on and building on tonight, encompasses all 4 levels, 4 out of 5 of the levels. It doesn't encompass everything, but it includes programs from all of these different funding sources. So I wanted to leave you with a slide that I think we've brought to you every time to kind of give you a final big picture look at where we're headed in the budget. So where does this leave us as a whole? We've had a steady climb in revenues as the state fully implemented our local control funding formula plan. Also involved in this increasing balance were prudent spending and monitoring of expenditures over the years. The impacts that we will see coming will be anticipated enrollment loss, as we just discussed, as well as compounded by increased costs in health, retirement costs, and increased services. Our goal will be continue to monitor our revenues, expenditures, and utilize our one-time funds to ensure that we continue to serve our students and maintain fiscal responsibility. So again, we bring this slide to you with an additional plan, and that is the SELPA Special Education Plan. We've talked about our current plan summary and what we've been required to do, which includes the Local Control Accountability Plan that Robert's going to talk about tonight, our Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant Plan that was approved at our last board meeting, our SELPA Special Education Plan that was approved in May, and then we have single plan for student achievement schools that we also bring to you when those are ready. So the plans that are not required for reporting, but we're building as a district together, is our District Learning Acceleration and Support Plan. And we'll be talking about that later on tonight. So I am going to turn our presentation over to Robert if there's no questions at this moment in time.
Mr. Otto?
So, what's the projection? What do we expect for both STRS and PERS over the next several years? I know that several years ago they were large increases, and I think those got cut back a little bit because of some additional state money under Governor Brown. But what does it look like?
Sure. Yes, we've had some relief in the area of STRS and PERS, although the governor did not provide it this time. We are at almost 17% for STRS, and the outlook is at least 18% in the next couple out years is what has been projected at this point in time. Mm-hmm. As for the PERS program, we're about 23%, and that is projected to rise to, I believe, about the 26% range in the next couple of years as well.
Okay. And so the unemployment number is staggering, but obviously there have been a lot of people out of work, and so something has to pay for that. Did I hear you say the special ed costs are about almost $100 million a year?
That's the special ed portion that comes from our contributions. Right. So like the plan indicated, I think there's over I don't want to be wrong, but about $170 or $180 million in special ed costs each year. And the state and federal government provides some funding for that. And then we, as a district, kind of provide the rest.
And it's obvious, and I think we've all talked about it at one time or the other, that the attendance is a huge stability question. And we talk about 2%, but I think I've heard estimates of just this year because of everything of 3%.
Yes.
And if that's true, it's my understanding that if there's a one percentage point, meaning 1% of what it is, that's a cost to us of about $7 million. Is that right?
That's correct. So currently, based on our projections, we're projecting a 2% drop in enrollment for next year. If we were to drop to 3% in the next year, it would cost about $7 million in revenue from the state government.
So, and we get the main way we get money is from the state, and that's the basic numbers that we get, but then the supplemental monies for Title I programs and other ones, that adds a considerable amount as well.
Those can be impacted by that enrollment. They do look at the number of students that we have for those programs as well. Next year in 21-22, our local control funding is about $750 million, and it is driven specifically by enrollment/attendance of students, and our unduplicated pupil count is the two big factors in figuring out those funds.
And do we have specific programs to try and capture those supplemental funds? Or are we thinking about them? Because it seems to me that not only from an equity point of view do we want to know who's getting hit by these things, but also we want to get as many dollars as we possibly can.
Sure. As Yumi talked about earlier, we're going to be at a little bit of a disadvantage this year because mostly, and actually up until last year, our biggest contributor of collecting the data surrounding those students that are in need are our meal applications. So last year we were collecting meal applications until the universal program came about, which didn't require that collection and actually stopped that collection. So we've always had in our program for collecting information what's called an income verification or a household income form that we utilize to collect income from families so that we can classify those students in our unduplicated pupil count if need be. Last year, due to hard work and dedication by our sites and our central office, we were able to collect a bunch of the income verification forms. This year, we will be it seems like we will be solely dependent on collecting those forms. Wow. Some students are already identified as unduplicated pupils by their classification from the state, so we do have that going for us. But a lot of the information that we get comes from those forms. So we will be doing something very similar, if not more robust, to last year's collection of income verification forms, so that, my goal is, whether the percentage is 67, 70, 65, whatever it is, I would like to account for every student that deserves to be counted, and therefore that turns into the income so that we can support those students. If we have them, I'd like to know about them and collect them so that we have the income to support them.
Do you anticipate problems getting those forms just because of the last year and people are out of the habit, or they may be in other places and may not want to do it? And do you have any sense of how big a problem that is, if it is a problem?
Maybe it's the finance person in me, but I always sense that there will be a problem in collecting those forms. But we came together last year. We didn't have students on campus last year when we collected these forms, and our schools managed to pull off. Some of our schools were able to collect 100% of the information back, which is really impressive. We ran a little incentive program to support our schools in doing that, which was very helpful. I'm hopeful that with students on campus, we might even have a better chance, but it's going to take letting the community know whether you qualify or not, even turning in that form, even just letting us know that you got the form and turning it back in, whether you qualify or not, helps us in our quest to figure out what other people, what other school sites, where we need to focus our attention to get as many of those forms back as we can.
Okay, good. Thanks very much. That's very helpful.
You're welcome.
President Craighead?
Yes, Dr. Benitez.
Can I, since Renee's still out there, can I ask a couple questions?
Yes, this is a good time.
Okay. So, first off, Renee and Yumi, I love the pyramid with the added layers of funding and the one-time funding. So thank you for that. I know it was a quick turnaround from last week, but it's super helpful, right? So I want to continue down the path that Mr. Otto started for us here around our decline in enrollments, and specifically which students are impacted by those decline in enrollments. So I'll ask two questions, and one is, it's a good opportunity for us as a district, but also our community members, to understand that when we talk about 2 to 3% decline in enrollments, that's the district overall. When we talk about the last point that you made, a decline in unduplicated students, that's specific to funds for, in many ways, our most vulnerable students, right? Whether we're talking about students with disabilities, students of colors, our emerging bilinguals, foster youth, as you expressed, students experiencing homelessness, and our low-income students, that it points to some of these structural inequities that we have in the city, right, as well. So that when we're talking about public education inequities in terms of funds and funding, I think it's important to highlight that whether we're using 87% or 88% of our students are students of color, but that at the same time, we are experiencing declines from specific parts of our city, right? This is the big conversation that our colleagues at Long Beach Community College are having, our colleagues on the Long Beach City Council, Signal Hill, and Avalon, right? That we are talking about declining enrollments, but we have to place that within the context of this isn't an even spread of loss of enrollments across the city, right? That here specifically, if our numbers are accurate, or we're trying to be as accurate as possible, that we are also disproportionately seeing our most vulnerable students being impacted by this. So when we talk about specific schools, whether we're talking about Title I schools or specific neighborhoods, that being equitable first acknowledges that those communities, neighborhoods, and schools that have been hit the hardest means that also how we use those one-time funds is very important to acknowledge that not all communities were hit the same way. Not all communities will require the same strategies, the same interventions. Related to Dr. Baker, and I know she's going to talk about a couple more pillars, but I want to just publicly, just transparently acknowledge that being equitable means a lot of things to a lot of folks, and we've heard equity and phrases around equity being used the last 15 months. The impact of the last 15 months, we're not in a vacuum, right? We're talking about impact in very specific neighborhoods disproportionately and at very specific schools. So that when we talk about things like return to in-person, when we talk about things like accelerated learning and support plans, that the majority of the students that are still in homes learning from a distance are students of color, are our students that are unduplicated students. So that was another reason, no hidden agenda here, why I think it's very important to filter out the one-time funds, because how we do right by those students that have been most impacted and have been historically disproportionately marginalized. And that's why we see the disparate educational outcomes, that when we talk about returning to in-person, when we talk about expanded learning opportunities, when we talk about LCAP, that it's for a specific group of students that have disproportionately been impacted by these trends that we're seeing and by our enrollment figures. So again, not saying anything that we don't know as a district, but I think it's important when folks look at our budget, when folks look at our LCAP process, when folks have conversations about this $1.1 billion, that yeah, we want to do right by all students, but that these funds that we're talking about specifically are disproportionately impacting those students that would most benefit from the use of these intervention funds and one-time funds. So my question is, how do we figure out who's going to return to school in person this fall, given that half of our students are still virtual distance learning? And we know that those students are from my part of town, specific neighborhoods in my part of town, in Megan Kerr's part of town, in Eric Miller's part of town, and that they're at specific schools, right, in those parts of town. So that's my first question.
So Dr. Benitez, I can provide some context for that, and then anyone on the team is welcome to join me in that. So to your first question about students coming back, we are going to plan for every student to come back to school. We know that our classrooms are the best place for our students to learn, and we can wrap around our services in a school building. And so our plan and our intention is that we focus and assume that all students are going to come back to school first. And then to do that, we imagine that there are a number of on-ramps to coming back to school, the first of which will occur in summer. And across K-12, across our district, in almost every school, there will be opportunities both for small group intervention as well as enrichment. And enrichment is code for fun. And so one of the on-ramps we expect is that families will allow their students to come into buildings because there's fun and because students will want to come, and be provided some small group intervention. The second thing, in summer, we'll have the Family Resource Center team doing outreach into the community beyond just the sites where they are established right now as Family Resource Centers. In fact, tonight I'll share about the expansion of Family Resource Services into the summer and across the district. And then our school teams will be working on the outreach that they do to specific families to recapture families who may have moved or who may be temporarily living in another location and accessing distance learning. So the assumption that we're going to make is that students are returning to school, and we're going to do everything possible to get our students back to school where we believe that we can provide the best education and the services that go with that. I have stated publicly that there will be an option for families that do not choose to come back to school. We want to limit that option because at this point we have some very strong barriers related to the kind of virtual program that we can hold. And so that will be done by consultation in the schools with families specifically who absolutely make a choice that their student will not return to a school building. But we're going to make the assumption that our students are coming back to the school building.
And Dr. Benitez, did you have another question?
I'll save it. It's more LCAP related for Mr. Taborda's update.
We'll wait for that time.
Thanks and good afternoon. In the next 6 slides, we're going to focus on the base part of the pyramid that Ms. Takahashi showed you, which represents our local control funding formula to the tune of $750 million. And I'd like to begin with a summary of what is contained as required by LCFF. This is the same slide that we used last week to talk about both the Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant Plan and LCFF. And I'll make a couple of notes. One is, first, LCFF is our largest funding source, and its use necessitates the LCAP approval by the board. The board has overseen a year-long engagement process that a number of our community partners mentioned during public hearing today. Having posted our draft plan on April 15, which is really early by most standards around the state, it's afforded us an opportunity to have a couple of months worth of additional public comments to help inform the plan, so that we are on track actually to have had our public hearing today and then a board approval on June 23 to meet the deadline that we have from the state on June 30. So whereas the Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant Plan that we saw last week was broken down into categories of services, the LCAP is broken down by goals. And the goals that we use at the Long Beach Unified School District represents the same types of goals that are used around the state, which is predicated on our strategic plan. And our strategic plan, which has extended from 2017 through 2022, has 5 specific goals, 4 of which inform the goals in the LCAP. Now, the reason why not all 5 are used is because the categories that we are required to fulfill as it relates to the LCAP are not entirely on a one-to-one basis with our strategic plan. But you will notice that it's almost entirely aligned. For example, if you go from our strategic plan goals from 1, 2, 3, and 4, you'll see that there's an emphasis on ensuring equitable opportunities, which means basic services for our students, providing a safe, welcoming, respectful, rigorous, engaging environment on school campuses, ensuring that there's academic growth for every student, and then establishing college and career readiness so that they're ready for post-secondary opportunities. In the LCAP, the 5 goals contained therein are almost on a one-to-one basis. The only difference is that when you see the second goal for our strategic plan, which focuses on providing a safe, welcoming, respectful, and rigorous learning environment, it breaks down into 2 discrete goals for the LCAP. One that focuses on school culture and climate, which is number 2 on the right-hand column. And then one that focuses on actively engaging students in their learning, which is number 5 on the right-hand column. I've colored it the same way so you can see that there is an alignment there, but all of which is to say, in order for us to ensure that we're compliant with the requirements of this state document, we utilize our strategic plan in this fashion to ensure that it meets those needs. But the bottom line is that for LCAP goals number 2 and number 5, those are the areas where we focus on social emotional learning, student and family engagement, school culture and climate, and actually a lot of the themes that we've been discussing throughout the entire school year and indeed during the pandemic. So having demonstrated the alignment between our strategic plan and the LCAP goals, what we've done here is we've taken the $750 million as part of our LCFF and broken them down by the LCAP goals. And you can see those numbers on the far right-hand column. I'll point out a couple of things to note. So about 3/4 of the funds go toward goal number 3, which is academic progress. It makes sense because this is where we have teacher compensation, where we have our instruction-related staff. This is also the place where we have most of our academic interventions, tutoring, English learner support, our library education program, our early learning systems, and then dollars from LCFF that we allocate to schools so that they can develop intervention plans for their students that are unique to their school culture and climate. Then when we look at the next largest category, it's under basic services, about 10% go into LCAP goal number 1. This is where we find infrastructure. So our physical plant and the maintenance of our school facilities, as well as technology for the entire district. And then, again, mentioning the fact that goals 2 and 5 are related for the purposes of our strategic plan, we see about 8% of those funds addressing issues related to social emotional learning. So this is where you'll find nurses, psychologists, the new school safety therapist, rec aides, our linked learning program, elementary music, our male and female leadership academies, and parent engagement. A lot of those initiatives, a lot of those programs that we have in our district that seeks to support the whole child, right? And then the last portion, which is goal number 4, that's just about 3% of what we have in LCFF. That goes toward our college promise, so college and career readiness programs. And it's actually speaks to the fact that a lot of these programs actually cut across different goals because counseling services are contained within goal 4 under college and career readiness. But as we know, right now their priority is ensuring the social, emotional, and mental health and well-being of our students. So a lot of what they're going to be addressing aligns more with goals 2 and 5 than maybe with goal 4. Nevertheless, it demonstrates our ongoing commitment to ensuring that students are prepared for post-secondary opportunities. So now we're going to go deep into each of these categories to highlight some of the key programs, and we're going to do it by pillars, as Dr. Baker will elaborate on after the next 3 slides. In this slide, it'll be Pillar 1. In the next slide, it'll be Pillar 2. And then in the third slide, before I turn it over to Dr. Baker, it'll be Pillar 3. But here in Pillar 1 is where we'll see under academic progress, culturally relevant and responsive curriculum, as well as our TK through 3 literacy intervention. Those were items that are contained within our learning acceleration and support plan. We discussed those at length last week, and I wanted to highlight where within the context of the LCAP that belongs. And it's specifically within the context of academic progress and the goal for LCAP Goal 3, because it informs the way that we conduct classroom instruction, right? And then naturally, as an extension of the core program, where we start to think about literacy interventions, math interventions, tutoring, and our Black Student Achievement Initiative, all those things, you'll see those being extended as part of these goals. For a couple of Pillar 2 items, we'll see that restorative justice, which is a little over $1 million, under LCAP Goal 2, which helps to ensure a safe, inviting, engaging, and supportive school campus. That represents about 10% of the funds within that goal. Naturally, a restorative justice, a program like that, is actually a whole school model, so it informs other goals as well. But just for the purposes of categorizing it within the LCAP, that's where members of the community will be able to find restorative justice. And it includes not just restorative justice, professional development, but other related activities and services that help to create a relationship-centered school. So all of those things that help to ensure that we have equity in our school campuses are in that pillar and also related to that LCAP goal. Now, as it relates to actively engaging students in their learning, we'll see that fall under Goal 5. There you will see the High School Wellness Center. There's an entire line item dedicated to that within that category, as well as the specific foster youth support and the expansion of that program, which we discussed last week under Pillar 2. And then lastly, for Pillar 3, which focuses on engagement and student voice, you'll see that also falls under LCAP Goal 3, the Black Student Achievement Initiative, which is allocated for $750,000, and language accessibility, which is to the tune of $1 million. We discuss those as being programs where there will be some advisory committees and or focus groups that help to shape the kinds of supports that our Black students, their families, and our English learner families will receive. It is on top of all of the other interventions that are available to those student groups contained within the academic progress goal, so that it really helps to address all of the other needs that may be identified to ensure that these students can re-enter our school campuses in the fall, prepared to learn and to accelerate their learning. Before I turn it over to Dr. Baker, I'd like to pause here for any questions that might be related to the LCAP.
Well, I think we had Dr. Benitez waiting to ask a question, and then we'll have Ms. Kerr.
Thank you, President Craighead. So, Mr. Tagorda, I so appreciate the presentation format, because you could sort of follow not just the money, right, but alignment, right, to our priorities, which reflect our community priorities, right, and our broader strategic plan, as you were sharing. So before we get to the why, which again provides the rationale, my question is around the LCAP is year to year, all right, with updates. Strategic plans normally are 3 to 5 years. Some vary. You've mentioned a lot about adjusting, and that some final decisions haven't been made yet because there's still stakeholder input that's a part of this. Normally we have 100 people, 150 people watching these meetings. Sometimes if we're lucky or there's something else going on, we'll get more. Normally at the LCAP forums that I've been to, at the last one that was virtual, we had 100. All right, we've had larger ones and what have you. But really we're talking about a district with 69,000 students, potentially 66, 67 next year. I think part of what you've heard from me, Mr. Tagorda, and because you've been leading these efforts, it's really easy for me to just ask you directly. Even when we do thought exchange, right? It's 2,000 potentially folks that we hear from. The sense that I've heard from you, from our executive staff, is that we want to do right by those students that have either one, not been engaged, have parents and families that have either lost trust in our systems or have not been able to access and thereby reflect their needs and inform our decision making. That's still a pressing concern of mine, that in this last 15 months, that we still have a historical legacy of disengagement, of disconnectedness, of not lack of accessibility, whether we're talking about language or students with disabilities, and that at the same time, we have arguably the most important budget before us with additional funding, and we're at a crossroads with returning students back to in-person. So not just for you, Mr. Tagorda, but how do we leverage the LCAP process in a way that both addresses historical inequities, and particularly the last 15 months when it was so challenging for even more so for students and families to engage, but at the same time, what I'm hearing here, Mr. Tagorda, is that this impacts a whole generation of students that just experienced, again, some of the biggest trauma, some of the biggest impact, but because a lot of what we're talking about is one-time funds, that we can't, in some ways, make a commitment to hire permanent, social workers, therapists, counselors, because we're limited by the budget as well, right? That we can spend money year to year the next 3 years with the one-time money, but how do we account for the structural sort of foundational support that these strategies need, right? In addition to the basic support that we have here, given that for the most part, those communities and students that would most benefit from these strategies, interventions, priorities, are the ones that are least engaged in our process. So it's a community engagement question, Mr. Tagorda, and really I'm putting it sort of as an opportunity, right? Talk to me about how we can think differently, Mr. Tagorda, what we can do differently, how we account for big budget LCAP decisions, while at the same time, the last 15 months, the biggest challenge has been to engage our stakeholders historically. So how do we account for the fine tuning, the adjustment, the listening moving forward, coming out of the last 15 months?
That's a great question, and I'll start with some remarks and then open it up for others to engage in this dialogue, because I think it's a really critical question that you pose, Dr. Benitez, about the balance that we need to strike between having these dollars that are limited in time horizon with the fact that we're dealing with a generational issue brought forward by the pandemic. I would say a couple of things. One is, as we see with the Black Student Achievement Initiative and with the language accessibility, being able to build in opportunities to engage stakeholders during the process of creating the programs is really a critical practice that we're going to need to engage in. Because I think the truth of the matter is that while we have a vision for where we want to go, the fact that it was such a catastrophic event that we've kind of all dealt with as a community and indeed as a global community, we need to ensure that we are agile in how we operationalize this plan. So yes, now we've built in the resources to be able to create programs that address the priorities that our stakeholders have identified for us. But then as we are building this program, we must do it, in my view, alongside our stakeholders rather than to them. And I think that that's been a philosophy that certainly Dr. Baker has articulated as an important one, and why we're building it in to something like the Black Student Achievement Initiative and language accessibility. I think the other is to really continue, for the board to continue to think about how we can enshrine some of these practices that we learn along the way within policy, within practices of schools, so that we are learning along the way as we create programs and see where we're successful and when we're not, right? So being very intentional about capturing the effectiveness of these programs is going to be really crucial for us, because even if some of the one-time dollars don't return, certainly there will be other opportunities down the line for us to revisit other practices or programs that could potentially be funded by other funding sources.
I can add a couple of things, Dr. Benitez, that your question prompts me to want to share or to think about. First of all, the input from this entire year, and I'll include student voice as well as adult voice, staff and community stakeholders, resulted in more than $6 million of shift in our LCAP. And so just to make really clear that the input that has been given this year is resulting in significant investments in a long-term strategy. We always know that the LCAP is at risk of reduction because of the state budget, but in general, that is not one-time money. So we're thinking of the investments in language accessibility, in the Black Student Achievement Initiative, and a couple of the other things that have been named as part of the shifts in the LCAP, the wellness centers, foster youth support, to name a couple. So those were significant shifts that were made in a long-term strategy based on input from students and adults. I think that you're going to hear when I share about really thinking hard about the enhancement of our core program. So investing in teacher development, administrator development, in ways that we will extend long beyond the one-time funds that exist right now. And so we need to think, we are thinking very strategically about interventions, but interventions are only at their best when they're combined with a high quality, excellent classroom experience for every student. And so you'll hear me talk more about that core program. And then I guess lastly, we've tried a lot of new things in terms of two-way communication. You heard our LCAP accountability group that was here acknowledge some of the things that we've tried. Not all has gone well, and we've learned things along the way. We have an equity leadership team that's learned new things, a superintendent student advisory that has tested out new things. So we'll be using our learning to continue to refine the way that we think about two-way communication with our community. And I guess lastly, your question prompts me also to want to share that we're making an investment in studying our own work through program evaluation. That's part of the Learning Acceleration and Support Plan, is to study our own initiatives so that when the time comes that the board and staff have to make recommendations for reduction or to not continue some of the things that we've been able to do because of the short-term infusion of so much support money, that we'll have data and reasons to make the decisions about those programs, and not perhaps just either emotion or an individual assessment of those initiatives. So I'll end there and invite anybody else for questions or that wants to jump in and share additional thinking.
Thank you. We'll do Ms. Kerr and then Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Toberta. Could you speak more? You mentioned it briefly, and I think it's something that we've talked about more in years past than we have this year, I think simply because there's just so much to talk about this year. When we talk about disproportionate impact, and we know schools, as they gather back as community in the fall are going to look different, and some schools will need more support. So you talked about the LCFF allocations that go to individual school sites, and that they're given that budget. School site councils meet around that budget. We've talked a lot about that in years past, not so much this year. Could you talk about what those allocations look like? I know some schools receive significantly more dollars because there's significantly more need. What that process is going to look like, even if it's the same. If we could just go through that one more time to talk about those additional dollars, in addition to what Dr. Baker just talked about, which is that overall longevity around increasing the experience of all students, plus the interventions, plus the tiers that we see on this paper. Could you talk about site-specific dollars and ways that those might support some of those needs as communities come back together?
I'm going to invite Renee back to the podium so she can explain the site allocations for LCF.
Actually, it's a real proud moment. I'm actually glad you brought that up. We were able to provide sites. It was one of the part of the $6 million that we've invested in the LCAP in different ways, with I believe more than double the amount that they have received in years past in regards to local control funds at their site that they can use very specifically to support their students. I believe it's $125 per duplicated pupil at each site, and like I said, it resulted in a large amount of increased access to sites to support their students their way.
So just building on that, what that means is that where there are higher concentrations or greater numbers of students who are considered unduplicated, there is more money in that school. And so actually there was a public comment about that today, and I don't remember exactly what the question was, but I think it's a great question that you asked, Board Member Kerr, because it also acknowledges that money follows student need. And so in these allocations that Renee is referring to, it's based on students who qualify as unduplicated, and the money follows them to their school site. And then the school site council is able to think about the local needs of their students and work with families at the local level and determine programming to support the students in that actual school facility.
And I think something that's really interesting, speaking specifically just the line item of the school wellness centers. So those are dollars that in the past have been allocated out of that site allocation for some schools. So they've opted to use their money in that way. So I'm assuming that if we're doing this with all schools, that they'll no longer have to use those dollars, that we will be supporting that from a district level. And so not only do they have additional dollars, they get those dollars back to re-spend and refocus specifically into their community.
That's a correct assumption.
Okay.
Dr. Baker, if I may. Ms. Kerr, I think your point is well taken, and our money that we allocate to our local school sites often become the pilot programs that we replicate throughout the district. I think the example that you cited around our wellness centers is a great example of a local program that we've now expanded across our comprehensive high schools. Our Urban Math Collaborative might be another high school example. I think about our restorative work that started in select middle schools that we're now expanding across all of our middle schools. Our literacy programs, our dual immersion programs might be another great example. So I think that money that we allocate to our local school sites that can then become these pilot projects that when we see success in them that we can replicate, that were really founded upon a lot of local voice and a local contribution from parents and staff alike.
And I think just one of the last points I'll make in this round is the idea of restorative justice. And I don't know if it was a comment today or just as I'm rereading the LCAP here on my tablet over and over and over again and making notes. That's one of those programs I think, again, began as a pilot, as an innovative, a community wanted something. And so this much more significant investment and seeing the value in an RJ program for every kid, I think oftentimes or sometimes some people might make assumptions that restorative justice is for certain schools or it's for certain communities. And the reality is that we have learned through these pilot programs and through our partners that RJ practices are good for all of our students. And so as we invest this across the district and continue to increase that investment, it's because we're understanding and learning from our partners the value for every student and not just some schools or some communities. So just thank you for that. And I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Miller?
Well, it looks like Megan stole the words right off of my page here again, but I did want to follow up on a small piece, speaking of what she was referring to here, is that when I look at the page here talking about the LCAP funds by goal, which is a fantastic sheet which helps us understand the larger pots of money and how they are going to be allocated to a certain goal. Completely understand. I'm thinking about this from a community standpoint and how, though I appreciate you explaining this, how as a parent I would like to see this deaggregated so that I know from a practical standpoint how are these funds going to directly impact a school site and the activities being funded focused towards one goal or another. Very similar to, or not similar, but I was looking at the sheet earlier, give me a second, which I appreciated also, which broke down the general fund expenses. So it tells us how much is going to go towards salaries, how much is going to go towards other services. And that is a clear explanation on the full breakdown of the $1.1 billion. I think that that's helpful, but I think that it would also go a long way for transparency and communication to the community if we had something similar to the $589 million or the $91 million, kind of breaking down both how it's related to this larger pie chart and some of the school site applications.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any more questions or comments about this part? I think we're ready to move on.
Okay, so I'm going to just take us into a couple pillars from the Learning Acceleration and Support Plan, and just a reminder about our why. So a few things I would just want to call out and remind all of us about, that this plan, again, is not a required plan. It's our attempt to put together a plan that demonstrates transparency to the community and also picks up where other plans leave off. So the LCAP in its funding is a limited funding source. The ELO that you approved last week, the special education budget that has been approved. So this allows us to think about braiding of funds and the opportunity to use all of our funds in service to our students. So again, not required. And then this next slide is a reminder. So if you think back to the beginning of the presentation where Yumi and Renee shared a slide that had the funds called out to the side and showing that the Learning Acceleration Support Plan is an integration of many funds going up that pyramid from the LCFF all the way up to title funds. This is another way to look at that same information. So the Learning Acceleration Support Plan brings in our one-time resources. It's a significant way for us to demonstrate the use of our one-time resources, our LCFF, the supplemental and concentration grant especially. Title I, you're going to see a couple examples today of Title I, and then other state and federal resources. So just another way to look at the integration of all of these funds. And then to something that I spoke to, just to reiterate as we go into a couple of the pillars. So you can be reminded of the 4 pillars that are here. But our efforts in this plan are to be very intentional about the improvement of every classroom, supports to teachers, in coaching, in materials, in professional development, and making a significant investment in the core program that extends, as I said earlier, extends far beyond one-time funds. And it's a way of rethinking about what goes on in all of our classrooms so that students experience our classrooms, especially from a culturally competent perspective, and an embracing of acceleration and belief in all of our students. When I think about what our teachers have experienced over the last year, it's so timely to have this opportunity because there's been our teachers have just worked so hard, and it's a resetting of coming back into their classrooms. Many of them, as they came back this spring, identified needs of students, and they've asked for support in how they help students and how they bring out the best in their teaching and service to all students. So it's really a great opportunity for us. So tonight I'm going to share just a few things, and I'll invite my colleagues, my team members in to answer questions about these, but just to spend a few minutes around Pillar 2 and Pillar 3, starting with Pillar 2. So board, you have an additional handout that is now includes Pillar 1, Pillar 2, and Pillar 3 to refer to, that's a little bit bigger than the slides there. So you, as I go through some programmatic information, you'll be able to refer to the pillars in that handout. It's the one that has the key at the bottom of the front page that I know you showed appreciation for in the last meeting. So if you'll flip the pages to Pillar 2, Social Emotional Well-Being, this is the pillar that helps us, or that is laid out to think about the development of all students, every single student, developing the core competencies of social emotional health. These are competencies that we want every one of our students to leave Long Beach Unified with: self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship building, and responsible decision making. That is at the core. And so you're going to see an investment in enhancing our core program. The second thing that I'm going to share with you that's key to Pillar 2 are tiered supports. And we've heard a lot about ensuring that the students of greatest need, who have struggled, who have had the most dramatic experience this year during the pandemic, need to have the greatest support. And so the combination of enhancing our core program with additional supports, we call them tiered support, is what this pillar addresses in the area of social emotional well-being. So I'm going to drop in and just share a couple of examples. You have the other aspects that I'm not going to be sharing about tonight, but in yellow you'll see, here's an example of a commitment to the core program. So this is professional development. It names professional development in the area of social emotional learning. As you look across, you'll see the staff that are involved in the leadership of this, along with the other departments. Frankly, all of these programs involve work across departments. The top line, providing professional development, this is 1 day of a 5-day Equity Institute that all of our certificated staff will have the opportunity to go through this summer. So you see the ELO, which you approved last meeting, is funding $1 million, which is the equivalent of a day of our entire certificated staff going through a professional development day around the core competencies and the centering of relationships. So where you see the reference LBUSD Understanding 6, that is part of our instructional vision that addresses how relationships are centered as part of our instructional strategy or instructional vision. The second part you see funded by ESSER, the $300,000, is job-embedded coaching and professional development provided by teacher experts that will be working with all schools out of the Office of School Support to really address issues of culture and climate, and to support teachers in integrating social emotional learning instruction in all classrooms. So these are core program enhancements. And then when you turn the page, another core program enhancement, and you heard a little bit about this, and if you want further detail, I'll invite Dr. Lund to speak specifically, but another core program enhancement is not just having some schools know about restorative justice, not just having some teachers know what RJ, as it's commonly referred to, is, but to developing systems across middle and K-8 schools that address the specific needs that we've identified based on data around our middle school students' needs. And so this investment, you can see the resources, some from the LCAP, some from one-time funds, ESSER funds, will provide opportunities for coaching and professional development. It funds some administrative time that a person who will be working with a group of teachers on special assignment who will co-teach, who will be in classrooms to identify ways of enhancing that core program, so that once this money is gone, we have an enhanced core program that is still there to address the specific needs of middle school students. And I'll circle back and allow the opportunity for questions in just a moment. Also on that page, you see some highlights around Tier 2 and Tier 3 support. So I talked about the core program enhancements. These are ways and investments in additional support for students who demonstrate need, whose parents want them to have additional support, and who demonstrate in the school building that they need additional support in social emotional wellness. And so you can see the first item calls out a contract with support from Care Solace. It's funded partially in the LCAP, and then there are ESSER funds that go with this. The combination of these two things provide staff and professional development and contract services through Care Solace to meet the needs of students primarily at tier 2 and tier 3, but there is some integration of all classrooms into this work that you see in this line. And then the next item is the expansion of the Family Resource Centers to ensure that all school sites have access during summer and that there are expansion of those services during the school year funded out of title funds that you can see off to the right. So these are just a few ways that we're thinking about the combination of improving the core program related to social emotional wellness and well-being of students, as well as providing supports. Ultimately, the plan that you see, the draft in front of you, will be the entire plan, and the screenshots are shown on the slides. That is the entire plan that will be available on the district website for public viewing by August 1st of this year. So I'm going to pause. That was a lot of information about Pillar 2, thinking about both core program and interventions, and just open the opportunity if you have any questions about Pillar 2 or like more detail from members of the team.
Ms. Kerr.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Baker. And I just wanted to reiterate the point on these core programs. Every teacher, every classroom. It doesn't matter if it is a mild moderate classroom, if it's a gen ed classroom, if what level it is. Are we talking TK to ACT? I just wanted to speak that out loud as an affirmation that this will impact every student, and there's more supports after.
Yes, this is all the Summer Equity Institute involves all certificated staff members. So almost 3,500 teachers and many other counselors and other managers and principals and assistant principals. It is part of our master plan that we will start this summer with every single teacher of every single class. Mm-hmm. So I'll share a little bit about Pillar 3. And Pillar 3, at the heart of Pillar 3 are the words engagement and voice. This is where we are thinking about the systems of two-way dialogue, meaning that there's ongoing conversations and problem solving between adults, between students and adults, and between students, and probably among those groups too. It's the opportunity, and we have really tried some things out this year in terms of elevating student voice, and not just elevating student voice to hear students speak, but elevating student voice to places where often there are only adults making decisions. And so we've tried some new ideas this year that really will lead us into good work into next year as well. But many of the ideas that you see in our plans are also informed by students, and we have a number of ways that we've engaged students in the opportunity to have their voice elevated. And lastly, in Pillar 3, this is an opportunity for us to think about our community's lived experience, which is often different than a teacher or an administrator or a central staff member. And so I think about some of the way that the LCAP accountability group spoke today about the experiences that they've had and the comfort of getting uncomfortable and listening to that lived experience in a way that informs plans and not just making assumptions. We have done a lot of listening this year. Sometimes that doesn't feel very good because our best intentions often they don't deliver what we hope that they'll deliver or what we plan for them to deliver. And so this Pillar 3 is a commitment to two-way dialogue, to including students, and to ensuring that our students and our community members, our parents, lived experience is incorporated into the plans that you see. And so this is a little bit of a repeat information, but just want you to see it again. In that investment in a major investment, $1 million investment, shifting things out of the LCAP to accommodate a desire to do better when it comes to language accessibility. And as I shared, I think at the end of the board meeting last week, this is not a done to our community. This is opening up an investment that will call people in to help us be better. We've started that conversation and we've heard a lot about things that we have not done so well in the past year and probably before. This is a commitment of funds to call in our community members to help us to do better and to design something that meets the needs from the lived experience of our community in terms of language accessibility. Similarly with the Black Student Achievement Initiative, that's a commitment. That is a commitment to process. That is a commitment to calling in folks who may have been giving public comment today, those from the LCAP accountability group, calling in those who want to help us to do better in terms of Black student achievement and to have a process for engaging them. I appreciated Mr. Tagorda noted that these funds, this commitment of funds is in addition to all of the other services that are provided to supplement a Black student who's struggling in any way. This is in addition to. This is an opportunity for us to take stakeholder or community input, parental input, student input, and add to those to say that we want to know other ideas. And I think it's also been noted that this is an opportunity for us to really think about pilot programs and what we might want to then expand into the future, because we can study our own work through program evaluation. So I'll reiterate that. There are a number of other things that appear here, building on our work with Californians for Justice, the design equity team that Dr. Brown has led with co-leaders of students and adults, funds for that, the opportunity to expand community partnerships to enhance our student experiences, and then investments in core programs. So thinking about what is it that families want for their students in middle schools and enhancing middle school programs thematically that lead into great choice making for all of the 40 plus different pathways that exist in our high schools. And then some smaller investments that matter. We have a middle school program called Where Every Student or Everyone Belongs, and expanding that to ensure that every school has an opportunity to provide that, and not just if they have funds to fund it. And so Pillar 3, an important opportunity for us to build on our efforts of voice, students, adults, and really enhance what we've done in terms of two-way communication in our community. And so lastly, before I take questions again, you'll see some really good work by Ms. Arcus and Ms. Takahashi to think about these programs from a community perspective and how the public might want to see these programs listed for transparency. And so this is a screenshot board. You have a bigger image of this that just shows how our team has developed a way to demonstrate the commitment or the financial resources in each of those pillars, and then to show the total for each year. This is a companion to a document that also shows the expenditures that we plan to make over those few years' time. This is an annual tracker. It's something that will be updated quarterly on the district website, so public who are wanting to see that more regular, or as we make corrections or shifts in any of those programs, it will be updated quarterly and placed on the district website. But in a really such good thinking went into displaying this by pillars. So if you're looking at the programmatic aspects, you can then look at it in that same way from a financial perspective. And so I will close there. The last slide is just a reminder, especially for the public, that we will bring the fourth look at this plan to the board meeting on June 23rd. The final draft will release the final draft of the project template, which board you are looking at, the entire up through Pillar 3. We'll bring that to public. And then this will become a professional document on our website by August 1st. That will be something that the public can print, they can access at all times, and it will have that active tracker placed on the district website by August 1st as well. So I'll invite any questions, and I'll include any questions that you want to ask more specifically of something that you see there that you want to ask members of the team about.
Well, I'll start by asking about the Black Student Achievement Initiative. Would this include an advisory committee made up of students and parents and staff?
This will definitely have an advisory committee. We don't have a template yet for how that advisory committee will be formed, but we have had some good experiences in the last year in the equity leadership team, in student advisory, and so we'll put together a plan and bring it to share with you of how we will form an advisory committee. But yes, this will have its own advisory committee.
Can I add to that, Dr. Baker, on items like this? I think it's important to note that one of the ways that we are shifting into a different focus and community engagement is that we don't come with these ideas completely organized and well laid out. And so from a public perception, it could almost look as if, well, why don't you have the whole plan laid out for how the Black Student Achievement will go? Well, by design, we recognize that we need the community input. We want the community input, and that means that the whole scope of work looks different from the outset. So it's really a shift that we are going to continue to point out as we work to, as Dr. Baker has said, call the community into the type of work that we want to do.
I appreciate that. I like that. Dr. Benitez, and then Ms. Kerr, and Mr. Miller.
So, Dr. Baker, I'm wondering if you can speak a little bit as to the specifics of how this intertwines with things that we know already work. And I'll give a couple of examples, just to anchor the specific sort of thinking around next steps. So we've had, by all accounts, a pretty successful ethnic studies initiative, right? That is still there, right? That can anchor from both the culturally responsive pedagogical things, the Black Student Initiative, and other things, right? We have our male and female leadership academies, right? That come from this intent years ago around doing right by our students, all students. We have, I'll give one more example. So ethnic studies, we have conversations around dual immersion, right? That were spoken about today in public comment, but that we have expanded dual immersion, right? And everyone knows, for me, like, hey, I wish we had dual immersion everywhere. I wish we had ethnic studies as a requirement everywhere. These are all wishes on my end, but they're also very complementary, I think, to the pillars that you've outlined and in alignment with the priorities in the LCAP and what we've been hearing from community stakeholders, particularly coming from last summer with the work that Black Lives Matter was doing and with their push for a Black Lives Matters curriculum. So can you talk about it in relation specifically to anchoring, expanding, strengthening some of those things that we're doing, while at the same time being strategic in the additional funding that we're receiving and the nuances around some of the next steps?
Sure. Dr. Benitez, when you see the plan in its entirety, one of the things that it really well represents is an expansion of things that have worked. And so to build on some of the things that you named, the Student Success Initiative that will live in the high school office will combine things like the Male-Female Academy, the Math Collaborative, as well as some curriculum that honors an aspect of cultural awareness and cultural self-identity and understanding. And so what we have done, part of what we've done is built on the things that have worked in the past. You'll hear ethnic studies when Dr. Kale at the next meeting talks about the curriculum audit. You'll hear the thinking around ethnic studies and what we know from our own use of ethnic studies programming in the district. And I think another aspect is we're building on the college and career centers in our high schools, and so taking something that has had that works, it meets the needs of students. It's a resource for students, and it's equity oriented. It's a place where students can get help filling out college applications. They can do their FAFSA with support. They have all kinds of supports. One of the things that we're able to do in this time of additional money is make a stronger connection to HBCUs. And so in the plan, it's in one of the pillars that has already been presented, in Pillar 1, we'll expand something that works by adding an enhancement to it, building a stronger connection to HBCUs that then we envision will live in the college and career centers beyond the additional staff. Once we make that connection, once there's an infrastructure in those college and career centers and that connection, then it will go long beyond if the funds do not support as much staff as we'd like to have. So I think to answer your question, Dr. Benitez, just a lot of enhancement and taking what has worked locally with our students and looking for ways to either expand or to, in the case of the Math Collaborative, we had 3 schools that were supported in a Math Collaborative. Jordan with significant foundation and philanthropic funding, Cabrillo and Wilson with district funding, and so we were able to expand that because it's something that we believe in and it works in supporting students, and to use these funds to then expand without the school having to fund those resources, which then, to Ms. Kerr's point, allows the school to provide other really specific local enhancements that they want in their school building. Does that, Dr. Benitez, is that what you're looking for, or do you want more specifics from others?
Can I use another example?
Sure.
I think you covered it. Let me think about sort of a shorter term that you've specifically referenced and it's outlined. So we talked about, as Board Member Kerr shared, restorative justice, right? So from a continuous improvement sort of perspective, how do we know, and I know that, there's evidence-based stuff, and I know that we have best practices approaches. How do we know whether to expand or strengthen our work and to what extent? And I'll just say with our relationship-centered schools partnership with CFJ, all right? How do we know where that sweet spot is, Dr. Baker? How do we know, are we gonna do like a full 6-week restorative restart, or are we gonna do, expand some pilots, or what thread of that relationship-centered school work, best aligns with, best fits, and is viable in terms of actionable? So I'll use that one as an example, Dr. Baker.
Yeah, I think at this point, we're making some significant investments that have a research-based connection. They have been shown either in our own school district or in other schools or other places that they have made a difference for students, either at the centering academics and or social emotional well-being. What I'll add to that, Dr. Benitez, is that each of the line items that you see and the screenshots that are shared on the slides as well will have additional programming behind it. So each of those line items take restorative justice. Dr. Lund and his team will have specific aspects of monitoring that they'll be doing in terms of the value add of the program. So the administrator that works out of the middle K-8 office, just to use that example, will be working with the schools around specific metrics that then will be used for monitoring student success. Because the reason that you have a restorative justice program in middle schools is to address very specific needs of students in those 6th through 8th grade years. And so behind each of these items will be a monitoring and an accountability plan that goes with it that will then be used by our research office to bring back to the board on a regular basis monitoring and data that shows the success, or in some cases we may see that something doesn't have the level of success or the degree of success that we'd like it to have, which can sometimes be an implementation issue. It doesn't mean that we've necessarily chosen the wrong thing, but it may cause us to go back and look at implementation and see what we need to shift in terms of what the work looks like in a school. In whole, that's what program evaluation allows us to do. So in our plan, we're making an investment in additional staff in our internal research office so that we can look at our data on a regular basis. We can monitor. We have staff that can, in an unbiased way, go out to classrooms and observe students and teaching in classrooms that are teaching in a program. And then we have data to look at and to bring back to the board as we monitor the learning acceleration and support plan over time that will then inform our decisions.
Thank you. Ms. Kerr.
Yeah, it's incredible to see, I won't just use the thoughtfulness, but the incredible skill set that your team has, that this team has in creating that work. So just in the way that you explained that piece around middle school kids, I think a lot of us, and especially those of us who had middle school kids, we know tangentially that there is something else. There are more supports that kids need at that age. But the expertise with which you are bringing to this work, as well as the intention to monitor and adjust, is really important. I think later as we talk about board development work and as we get into really specific goals, that we'll have the opportunity to do interim monitoring, and we can ask Dr. Lund a year from now or 6 months from now, how are we doing on that goal towards this? And we'll have that data. So it is pretty incredible to see all of that put together. So thank you for that specific example. And I just wanted to call out the public budget tracker. It's a pretty impressive document that will be live. So well done to the finance team, because I think it speaks to the transparency that so many people ask about. And when we get the budget that looks like this, it's not always accessible, but something like this on the website is. And while folks might not understand it, they know that we've at least put the effort and put numbers into it. And on my Council of Great City Schools call last week, when I shared the presentation that you gave at the previous board meeting, and that it had that, most districts, if not all on the call, just aren't even there. They're not even to the point where they can talk about how they're going to track this extra money. So kudos to the team who's thinking ahead to do that, and they were all very interested to see that screenshot. So thanks for all the hard work on the business side of the house for that work.
Thank you for pointing out those things on Mr. Miller. I almost made you a doctor.
So I once again just wanted to follow up on that. My previous comments were about having a financial tracker that talked about the practicality of what the budget looked like, and like magic, it was on the last page. So thank you for creating this, because I think that, like I said, it just provides that additional level of transparency that they're all that I think everyone's going to be looking for. And my apologies for my first comments, as they were exactly alignment with what we're seeing here.
You just had to hear the whole presentation.
Right. One of the things that I guess could also be helpful, as I think about people like myself, when we have things of this nature. Now, obviously, we haven't seen the tracker in all of its glory, but it could be advantageous for some folks to see a graphic form of these numbers as well. So that is just going to be a suggestion on my part, to see a pie chart that lays out these same exact numbers so that people can see it visually, like, oh yeah, a large portion of our pillar 2 does go to salaries, and I just think that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a good suggestion. And in addition to just being really transparent, it also speaks to the collaboration, and I've said this before, but I'll just say it again, across business offices and academic offices. And so this is a really important relationship that's been cultivated, that involves all of this team working together. It's also just deep expertise by our budget team, Renee and Yumi and others who are not in the room. And then thinking really credit to our business office that wants to understand programs. And they want to understand, so that if we're coming and saying that we've got a research-based program that we think is going to accelerate student learning, they're asking the question, let's figure out how we can fund it, not just looking at it from a business perspective. So really appreciate the way that this team works together in service to our students.
Okay, well, thank you, everybody. Are we ready to move on? Oh, okay. So let's take a break. It's rounded up to 6:10, so like 6:20. Let's take a 10-minute break. We will reconvene at 6:20. Thank you, everybody. This is great work. Everybody, we've had a short break, but we are back in session, and we will begin with business items. Personnel, Mr. Miller.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. I present the following proposed actions prepared by the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, approved and recommended by the Superintendent. First, the classified and exempt personnel. Appointments, 70. Leaves of absence, 14. Suspensions, 1. Resignations, 13. Retirements, 8. Amendments, 1. Now certificated personnel. Appointments, 165. In-service changes, 22. Release of long-term substitute employees, 124. Leaves of absence, 5. Resignations, 2. Retirements, 9. And amendments, 1. Those are all the approved actions.
Move approval.
Discussion? All in favor by roll call vote. Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Otto? Aye. Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So hearing no opposition or abstentions, that passes 5-0. Declaration of need for fully qualified educators. I need a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor by roll call vote. Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So hearing no opposition or abstentions, that motion passes 5-0. Instruction report.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion?
Yes. Dr. Kale, thank you. I see we're going to start on this wave of new courses. And thank you to your team. I was especially interested in the new Diverse Voices and Media Literacy course. Can you talk a little bit about that as it's a high school course?
I would be happy to do that. The Diverse Voices and Media Literacy course engages students in the exploration of media and their own identity as media consumers and producers. So in the study of media literacy, which includes news literacy, visual literacy, information literacy, technology and platform literacy, knowledge construction, the language of consumerism, and agency and advocacy in the media. So the students, they read and they analyze a range of literary and nonfiction text genres and various forms of media, and then they produce 6 culminating projects, including explanatory, argumentative, and narrative essays and or multimedia products from the initial draft all the way through the editing and final submission. So this is a replacement course for a course that was a film analysis course that was a very dated course, and it was also submitted and approved for UC credit.
Oh, very good. I'd like to mention that the Rotary Club donated over 2,000 books for the One School, One Book program to a handful of our schools. So thank you to the Rotary Club for that. Any further discussion? All in favor by roll call vote. Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So hearing no opposition or abstentions, the motion passes 5-0. Finance Report A.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor, Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So hearing no opposition or abstentions, that motion passes 5-0. Finance Report B.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion?
Yes. Madam President, I recuse myself from participation in Finance Report B on the consent calendar. I have a potential financial interest under Government Code 1091 and 87100. My husband works for a subcontractor who has done work for the payees.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Roll call vote, Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So, hearing no opposition but one abstention, that motion passes 4-0. Business Department report.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor, Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So hearing no opposition or abstentions, that motion passes 5-0. Purchasing and contracts report, A. Yeah.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor, Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So hearing no opposition or abstentions, that motion passes 5-0. Purchasing and contracts report B.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I recuse myself from participation in purchasing and contract report B on the consent calendar. I have a potential financial interest under Government Code 1091 and 87100. My husband works for a subcontractor who has done work for the awardee.
Any further discussion? All in favor, Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So hearing no opposition but one abstention, that motion passes 4-0. Next, we have Superintendent Items. Dr. Baker.
Thank you. This is the next phase of our administrative assignments, effective tonight, or that I present to you tonight, effective on most of them on August 16th for the new school year. So these are a number of promotions, 2 new hires, and a number of moves. And so I will proceed slowly with them. Promotions first at the early learning and elementary schools level, starting with Toya Smith, a teacher on special assignment at Nelson, promoted to assistant principal at Lafayette. Monica Manapon, a teacher at Powell, to assistant principal at Lincoln. Angel Michaeli, a teacher at Dooley, actually serving in an interim assistant principal position, to the assistant principal position at Whittier. Allison Cargis, a new hire to the Long Beach Unified School District, assigned as assistant principal at Herrera. Rita Aslan, these are now shifts at the elementary or early learning and elementary schools level. Rita Aslan, who's currently the assistant principal at Hughes, to assistant principal at Adams. Sunday Vetrovec, assistant principal at Powell, to assistant principal at Dooley. Nicole Kelly, currently assistant principal at Adams, to assistant principal at Hart. Juan Gonzalez, assistant principal at Lincoln, to 50% assistant principal at Longfellow and 50% administrative assistant in the elementary office. And Sharita Clemens, currently administrative assistant, 50% elementary office and 50% in the Eaker office, to 100% assistant principal at Roosevelt. At the middle and K-8 schools level, I will start with 4 promotions. The promotion of Mary Hung, currently a teacher at Hughes, to assistant principal at Hoover Middle School. Trinisha Williams, teacher at Stevens, promoted to assistant principal at Hughes. Eric Kabakungan, a teacher on special assignment at Stevens, to assistant principal at Jefferson Middle School. And Emma Peguero, teacher at Avalon, to program specialist at Avalon. Also at the middle and K-8 schools level, a new hire, Viviana Espinosa, to assistant principal at Powell K-8 school. And shifts in assignment for Macy Jelenowitz, currently assistant principal at Milliken, to assistant principal at Jefferson. And Linda Cargile, currently assistant principal at Poly, to assistant principal at Rogers. At the high school level, I'll start with 3 promotions. Wendy Ely, teacher at Jordan, to assistant principal at Lakewood. Thurman Ashley, currently a teacher on special assignment at Poly, to assistant principal at Millikan. Michael Crowder-Jones, currently a counselor in the Math Collaborative Program at Wilson, to assistant principal at Poly. Another new hire who you already approved her position as assistant principal, but Esther Death is now assigned to assistant principal at Jordan High School. George Walton, assistant principal at Jordan, to assistant principal at Cabrillo. Also at the high school level, Kelly Hodge, currently administrative assistant in the Eaker office, to assistant principal at CAMS. Raquel Welch Kitchen, assistant director in the Equity Leadership and Talent Development office, to assistant principal at Jordan High School. Sashia Tulo, administrative assistant in the high school office, to assistant principal at Lakewood High School. Victor Gerals, assistant principal at Cabrillo, to assistant principal McBride. Julie Sparks, currently the assistant principal at CAMS, to assistant principal at Poly High School. Diana Cohn, currently assistant principal at Jordan, to assistant principal at Wilson. And also assigned to Wilson from assistant principal at Rogers, Knock Wynn. And then at the non-level, some of these are central office positions, or these are central office positions non-level. Erica Sarabia, a teacher on special assignment in special education, moving to, within special education, to administrative assistant, elementary, in school support services. Amy Colligan, currently serving as teacher on special assignment in special education, to program specialist, speech and language pathologist in school support services. Rose Van Meeveren, currently school nurse in nursing services, to program specialist, student health services in school support services. Chris Damon, currently teacher at Carver, to program specialist, elementary office. Sharon Barker, from Educare mentoring supervisor in Head Start, to program specialist in Head Start. And lastly, Eddie Cruz, currently assistant principal at Jefferson Middle School, to administrative assistant in the high school office. These are the recommendations for this evening.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor with a roll call vote, Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So hearing no opposition or abstentions, that motion passes 5-0. Unfinished business, we have none. New business. Resolution 060221-A regarding the education protection account for 2021-22.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion?
Can we get some background on this item, Madam President? And I mean, we have the handout on the EPA. If we could just get a little bit more background.
Yeah, sure. This is a requirement of Propositions 30 and 55, which temporarily established additional tax brackets for high-income Californians back in 2012 and 2016. The funds generated from these propositions are given to school districts and are to be utilized for classroom instruction, and this resolution vouches for the fact that we are indeed using these funds for classroom instruction.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So hearing no opposition or abstentions, that motion passes 5-0. Resolution 060221-B, giving authorization for temporary cash borrowing between funds.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor, Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So hearing no opposition or abstentions, that motion passes 5-0. Resolution 060221-C, superseding Resolution 060220-C, and establishing revolving cash fund for the Long Beach Unified School District.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor, Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So hearing no opposition or abstentions, that motion passes 5-0. Board governance team development update, board agenda development, board handbook revisions. We will start with Ms. Kerr. Do you have something you wish to report?
I do. This is the first of probably what will be several more conversations we have around board development. We had 2 subcommittees that were convened to look at different practices of how we operate as a board. Sorry, it's taking a minute to shift. We went from this really important conversation around programming and student focus, so I'm going to take a breath and
While you're doing that, let me take a breath.
Sure.
Let me also note that AJ Crabhill from the Council of Great City Schools is available via Zoom to either participate or answer any questions or just to observe and because he's one of the coaches for this program.
Great. Thank you. Welcome, AJ.
Good evening.
Hey.
So we convened 2 committees to start this process of what will be a several month-long process into how we operate as a board to ensure that we are being student outcome focused. I know we all talk about being student outcome focused, and we want our meetings, I think we talked collectively in the fall about really wanting our board meetings to reflect that in terms of oftentimes and trying to get to a goal of dedicating half of our meetings to talking about student outcomes, by which we mean what students know and have learned and what they can do. We talk a lot about what adults need. We talk a lot about the inputs of how we're going to get to that place. We've committed in this board development work to really do a focus on how we govern and how we interact with each other and the public as a way to get to that really student outcome focused outward meeting appearance and the work and really focus. So one of the ways that we start this process is by looking at the practices that we have as a board. And so we have a board handbook that is new this year, actually, as we onboarded 2 new board members this year, because we know in Long Beach we have long traditions, and we had very long-serving board members who knew our community inside out and knew our district inside out. But we wanted to be really transparent with the public about how we do our business. So part of the subcommittee, I was a part of a subcommittee with Dr. Benitez to look at what our practices are in terms of our board roles and responsibilities, how we communicate internally and with the public, and ways that we can adjust what's currently in the handbook to begin to align with the work that we're going to do about being more student outcome focused. So, and this is an internal talking to my colleagues conversation, so my apologies to the public if it's not quite as easy to follow. In front of you, you have a copy of our Board of Education handbook that you have. This is just the handbook part, not the appendices, which is probably another 300 pages of budget documentation, Brown Act information. So I was not tasked, when you go through this, you'll see things about board meetings, agendas. I was not in that subcommittee. I was in the one that really talked about roles and responsibilities. And so what I did is I took some suggestions that we've gotten from our coaches at the Council of Great City Schools who we're working with, as well as samples from other school districts who have handbooks. And this is my own version of what are we say now versus what are some other examples out there. So on the left, you'll see what our current language is. On the right, you'll see what I put as suggestions or additions, but this is just an alternate way of putting the language in that I thought we could consider for clarity. This is purely an information item for us tonight. I don't expect you to read all 9 pages of this tonight, but it is the sun shining and the public conversation that we can start about this work. So we can't, by law, have conversations the 5 of us, we can only do that in subcommittee, so that's why we're here doing this work. So under roles and responsibilities, currently our handbook is really in a narrative form, so we have lots of paragraphs in there. One suggestion from another school district was a more bulleted point. So currently, we talk about the role very specifically about the secretary for the Board of Education, which is Letitia's job. We talk about our roles and responsibilities as a board member with a close relative in the district, our role in the public, and our superintendent evaluation. And so on the right-hand side were some things that I saw that we didn't necessarily clarify within our board handbook that might be helpful, which is the role of the board chair to preside at board meetings, call special meetings, sign legal documents. The role of the board vice chair. The roles and authority of school board members. We get asked a lot, what do we do? And we know that the board approves the budget, the board sets policy, the board hires and evaluates the superintendent. But this potential language talks a little more specifically about what we can and can't do. Unless authorized by the board, no board member or officer has the authority outside of a properly convened and conducted board meeting. We are official when we are together. We don't have authority on our own. No board member has the authority to direct district employees in regard to performance of their duties. That is the role of the superintendent. The board has the legal authority to hire the superintendent, govern and oversee management of the district, employ and evaluate at least annually the superintendent, adopt rules and bylaws, adopt and file an annual budget, have financial accounts audited by a certified accountant at the conclusion of each fiscal year. So again, these are things that we already do, but we didn't specifically specify, so that whomever fills these seats 5, 10, 15 years from now knows that in 2021, this was under the purview of a board member. One of the things that we specifically talked about in our subcommittee was around board member visits to campuses. Historically, we've had lots of traditions around what that looks like for a board member. So really wanting to codify some language of what's appropriate. So language that was suggested, board members are encouraged to visit campuses, but shall arrange visits with the superintendents at least 24 hours in advance if it's not for a normally scheduled activity. That idea that we don't want to pop up onto a campus and disrupt what the learning that's happening. But that was never really written anywhere. But we knew that that was kind of an unofficial practice that we thought was important. Trustee would wear their district ID badges. You're not to go into teachers' classrooms or on campuses for investigating or personal observations or evaluations. So those are some things that are there. Again, we talked about communication. We have a narrative form about that we're highly encouraged to be engaged. Board members may contact individuals in district offices. We encourage PTA, PTO, visit school site council. But again, the language on the right is just a little more pointed. The board is committed to and encourages community input through the use of surveys, public forums, the district website, district publications, and ongoing communication forums. The superintendent and board chair shall communicate information in a timely manner to all trustees. It really just is a practices version of some of the things that are in narrative form. One area that is not completely fleshed out for us is the superintendent evaluation. We have a new superintendent this year. We're in process of what does that look like, and as we do more student outcome focused work and our goals become SMART goals, that we will hold the superintendent accountable for work on those goals. There is suggested language around what that would look like. I didn't include that because it didn't feel timely to where we are in the process. And the last page, the only thing I'll call attention to, and then I'll hand it to Dr. Benitez for anything I may have missed. We're not required by law in the state of California to undergo ethics training. I know I underwent ethics training as a commissioner for the city, but there is a code of ethics in our policies. It's Appendix J of our book, but it's also available on the website. We have NSBA's code of ethics and some other things to look to. The district that I was looking at this, at their code of conduct, had this advocacy and unity code of ethics. that I thought was interesting for us to consider and have a conversation about. So after you've marked this all up and we come back together, I put this in. I just thought it was, one of it is equity and attitude. I will be fair, just, and impartial in my decisions and actions. I will accord others with the respect I wish for myself. I will encourage expressions of a different opinion and listen with an open mind and other ideas. It's about trustworthiness, honor and conduct, integrity, commitment to service. They all feel like things I know we already do and we already hold as really important, but that it would be important for us as we move forward in our community engagement process to really spell out for the community, I think, in a new way than has been done in the past. And Dr. Benitez, I leave it to you to fill in any blanks.
I think you covered everything, Board Member Kerr. I would just add sort of two areas. As you were sharing, I thought about this sort of in two ways, and you said it. One is, yes, absolutely great for onboarding, right? Whoever those future board members may be. But I think the second a thing that we talked about, and again, you shared this, is that the culture of both the district and the board, a lot of assumptions could be made about it. And I'll use myself, right? There were some things that I made assumptions about as a new school board member. There were other things that I didn't know that I asked, but then there was this big area that was not clear, right? Because either things had not been codified or because a precedent had been set. So there was a practice to do it. So at the very least, this allows for us to have conversations, not just for new incoming board members, but even the most experienced ones. And then the second thing that I would say, so the way that I thought about our board member manual was in three ways. One is some direction when we interact with community members, provides direction when we interact with ourselves as a board, the examples you gave about interactions amongst ourselves. I thought about, for instance, in this last 15 months, our shift to online virtual platforms. You know, I hadn't really even thought about interacting with board members over social media and what that means and what the implications of that are. So we added some possible language there. That's an area that I'd like to explore more, both with legal counsel in terms of our interaction across social media. And we've already received memos about that, but you know, where do those show up outside of a legal memo that Brent may have sent us a few months ago? And then the last interaction with school staff beyond our superintendent. So those to me are sort of three guiding areas: interaction with community members, interaction amongst ourselves, and interaction with staff, including executive staff. But I think you covered everything, and again, I see it the same way that you do, as an opportunity for us to dig deeper in some of these things, and another opportunity to continue conversations around how we want to govern as board members, upholding our shared vision around representing community's vision here, with some semantics as well too, just procedural things that Doug and I will have a chance when we report out on the agenda piece of it.
Thank you. Did you have more to add, Ms. Kerr, on this?
I don't. Thank you, Dr. Benitez. Yeah, no, I think we're good. I think the idea is just that, you know, for my colleagues, take it home, mark it up. This is a small piece of that. There is some communication around interacting with the public in here. I'll have to go back and specifically board member responses to comments and complaints. There are sections around interactions with the superintendent, interactions with each other, that I think as we do more of the board development work are more appropriate to share when we get farther along in the process. But this is really that start of, as AJ will say, we individually, I will say, I am the transformation. I am the point of transformation. If I want things to be different in this district, then I need to choose to be different. And so for this, process, we all have to decide how we're going to be in the process as individuals, but having these kinds of guidelines as we work with each other is important, because once we go out to the community to talk about what our goals are, what those guardrails, what those common values are that we want to make sure that we hold to, I think it's important for us to look at ourselves as well. I think one thing that also we'll get into, we talk about the superintendent evaluation, but as we get farther along in this process, it's slightly unfair for us to evaluate the superintendent if we as a board are not doing self-evaluation, because we're holding her accountable and we have to make sure we're holding ourselves accountable in our work as well. Again, that's a piece for farther into the process around our board development work. But if you could take this draft home, look at it, see if there's anything that's glaring. So as we come back together, you can bring your notes for our next conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, do we have a report from the Agenda Subcommittee?
Do you want to start, Mr. Otto, and I follow up, or do you want me to start, or both of us?
I'll start. So Juan and I constitute the board agenda committee, and what we have been doing is looking at our board agendas with the suggestion right away that our agendas be focused on, and when I say focused, I mean at least 50% concerned with student outcomes. It doesn't mean board inputs or board outputs. It means student outcomes, which are like our goals and what we do in order to get to our goals. And the way we started was we said, well, what do we have to do? And I think the first question we asked Brent was, do we have to say the Pledge of Allegiance? And then we thought, if we could eliminate that kind of stuff, I mean, our meetings would be a lot shorter. But the idea is they are public meetings. There is a consent agenda, and you can put a whole lot of things on a consent agenda that we don't put on a consent agenda now. The routine stuff, annual renewal of items, budget amendments, regular financial reports, routine personnel items, contract renewals, et cetera, et cetera. And then we talked about what would it take for something to be eligible to be put on the agenda if we were trying to get at least 50% of what we were doing to be about student outcomes. Well, it's goals, setting or monitoring of goals, guardrails, if we've got guardrails that are directly related to the setting or monitoring of those guardrails, then they are candidates or eligible. And if there's an item that will be explicitly legally required of the board, we had some of those resolutions tonight where we have to pass things where we're doing some things financially, and those aren't exactly goals, but they're things that we are required to do. And then, so we asked the flip side, which was, so what's not eligible for inclusion on such an agenda where you're really trying to focus on student outcomes? And a lot of personnel things, a lot of vendor things, a lot of privacy things. If an item violates an individual's legally protected rights to privacy, as defined by the California or federal law, then it may not be placed on the agenda. And so we have to consider those things carefully. What about maybe eligible? Well, it could be a management issue, could be a governance issue, and we're learning about what this would look like. We're learning about what we would include and what we wouldn't include in order to get us more focused. If you've ever watched another school district or community college district board meetings and tried to figure out how much time they actually spent on what it was that they were they're doing, as opposed to what it was that they wanted to do or what they thought would be a good idea to do that didn't have anything to do with what their tasks were, they go on for an awfully long time before they get to the meat of what's happening. So we we talked about all that. We've come up with some things to think about. Like if we're going to put 50% of our agendas that will have something to do with student outcomes, how do we structure that? In many ways, the ways that I was just talking about, that's not dispositive, but it's a beginning of what we would do. We also asked the question of how do you get something on the agenda? We have a process for that right now. Basically, the chair and the superintendent sit down to put the agenda together, but we've also thought that maybe any two board members could initiate the placement of an item on the board's agenda, provided it fit within the categories that I just discussed. And even during a meeting, you might say if two or more board members wanted to put something on the agenda, you could even on that short notice put it off for put it on the agenda within the next 3 months or so. And so we're talking about that as a possibility too. We also talked about having at least one and maybe a couple of workshops every year devoted to the discussion of what we call generative ideas, or ideas that pertain to K through 12 education or education in general, so that we're not just doing the things that we have to do, but getting us a chance to really think about what it is that we are in the business of doing. And those can be crafted to be special conversations. It has the added possibility of having us talk to each other about things other than the difference between finance reports A and B and things like that. So we're talking about that as well. And finally, we thought it was important to get our materials in a timely way. And we haven't decided on exactly what that is, but we think it's at least 10 days. It might be 2 weeks, and that's ahead of time before meetings, to give us an opportunity to review and clarify agenda items and presentations with ample time. Now, we here know these things get, it's a lot of work, you got to do all these things, but it's a culture too. And if you can change the culture in a way that it makes the board more thoughtful or well thought out on things, then it may have its own advantages. So those are just among the things that we've been talking about. We have not come up with a full-on report. We actually are now getting to a place where what we want to do is to go out into the community and ask the community what it was that they thought the board should be doing, what their agendas should look like. We've each been given the responsibility of coming up with groups that we would want to talk to, either by having them come to present to us about this, or us going out to present to them as well. And, I've already talked to the Miller Foundation that's very interested in this. They've just changed the way they look and fund education things. They went from kindergarten basically to third grade to K through 12. The Assistance League is very interested in this because we have an ongoing relationship with them and the things that they do. Talked to Dr. Alicia Nicholas, who's the head of the Children's Clinic, and they think about education things as well. They would be happy to participate. I've talked to people, obviously, in the PTA, and I've talked to the Rotary Club, and Madrid Zimmerman, who is the CEO, if you will, for the Rotary Club, says, yeah, we do things, and they do not only Reading by 9 and this new program that they're doing, but they've also got the Rotaract and Camp Enterprise that are all involved with educational things. I've talked to a gentleman in the Long Beach Ministers Alliance, and they have a lot to do with discipline and suspensions, and they've been involved in those things. And so we'd like to start a community conversation about the way we do our business. We think it's good for them, we think it's good for us, and that's how we've gotten started. So, Juan?
Well, much like Megan, Doug, I think you covered it all. I'll just add my 2 cents here at the end. So the one thing I want to emphasize is as a board, our conversations, going back to fall, right, we're also about affirming our individual and collective roles. And really one of the anchors is to uphold, represent, and reflect the community's vision around student success. So that's the rationale and the context for reimagining and rethinking our agendas. How can we uphold, represent the community's vision around student success if the majority of our agendas aren't organized around student outcomes? So that was a rationale for what Doug described, our commitment to having at least 50% of our agendas reflect student outcomes, right? And again, we didn't make any decisions. That's something that we can come up with. The second thing I would add is, in connecting what Megan shared from our subcommittee work and what Doug just shared from our subcommittee work, if we're going to have expectations, which we should, and we have been, around making the best use of our agenda time, we have to come prepared as well as board members. If we're going to uphold the vision of the community, then we need to do our own preparation for that. And part of that comes from reading everything, doing research on the materials. And so that's where the whole thing of coming prepared, if it's an expectation, then having as many of the materials ahead of time with ample time so that we can be, as Doug shared, strategic, mindful, thoughtful on, we have a limited time, we have limited meetings. How do we maximize our time in those meetings? And then the last, and this comes from a lot of the work that Dr. Baker has been leading and also anchored in this communications audit that just came to us last month, is our board engagement, right? Doug alluded to the community engagement that we also should be doing as board members. No surprise that I asked Mr. Tagorda and Dr. Baker, how do we reflect in our LCAP, in our budget, in our ELO, that community vision? Well, we have to meet with community. And that's not to say that we weren't already meeting, that prior to us, board members weren't meeting, but we don't have any common goals around that engagement. And those are the goals and guardrails that Doug alluded to. So those are my 2 cents. I think, again, board members Kerr and Donato covered everything. I'm looking forward to sort of hashing this out, hearing back from our colleagues, and at some point adopting a new template for our agenda and protocols for forming and developing those agendas. And then in a very deliberate way, also producing a next iteration of our board guide, right? And they're not mutually exclusive of each other, but I think that at least gets us going on the reflecting the community's vision around student success. So thank you, Doug, and thank you, Megan, for your work on that.
And maybe we should ask our leader, AJ Craybill, if he's got any thoughts about this. I think he's still there.
No, I'm really excited about the direction you're all going. You've got a strong team, both management-wise and governance-wise, and you all are moving forward with all deliberate haste. Any way I can be supportive as the committees continue to iterate through this, feel free to call on me. But I just want to reiterate the progress that each team is making is impressive. It's fun to watch a high-functioning team be high-functioning.
Thank you. Ms. Kerr?
Yeah, AJ, could you just give some more context? It's been a while since we've had a conversation, and some might not have heard or been present during the November time. So I alluded to the work that'll come next, and so did Mr. Otto, around community engagement, around goals and guardrails as we develop SMART goals moving forward. Could you just give a little bit of an overview and context for folks who might not be familiar with the direction we're heading, the overall journey?
Yeah. And so as you all have mentioned repeatedly, boards that want to have the largest leverage impact on improvement in what students know and are able to do actually have to invest time in that area, actually have to focus their attention on student outcomes. As boards get more focused on to what extent are we seeing growth in the lives of our students regarding what they know and are able to do, as boards get more attention and focus in that area, it begins to create the context system-wide for a greater focus and for greater alignment of adult action throughout the entire system. So the challenge becomes, what does it look like to accomplish that? Well, the first step that any board needs to take in being more intensely focused on the outcomes of your students is first you have to, as a board, as the individuals who collectively represent the vision and values of the community, you first have to be very declarative about what are the things that we say our students most need to know and be able to do. As we think of the gallery of needs that exist in a school system as large as yours, the question the board has to wrestle with is, what are the highest need, highest leverage areas of the community's vision, areas of what students need to know and be able to do? And then the board needs to codify that in a set of goals. And those goals need to be, they need to be measurable, and they need to be able to be counted such that you can look at them on a regular basis to figure out, are we actually making progress in that? At the same time that the board has to codify the vision of the community in the form of goals, what the community wants students to know and be able to do, the board also has to represent the values of the community. What are the non-negotiables that have to be honored while on the journey to accomplishing the goals? The board has to represent both the vision and the values. The board accomplishes the vision by identifying what the goals are and monitoring progress relative to those. The board represents the values by identifying a set of policy statements we call guardrails, and then monitoring progress to ensure that the superintendent and the administration are honoring the community's values while on the journey to accomplishing the community's vision. This is where the idea of goals and guardrails come from, the community's vision and the community's value. That's the first step in the board being intensely focused on improving student outcomes. You have to declare as a board, as the representatives of the community, what are the things we're going to be focused on. Once you have those, then you can actually start the process of completely redesigning your governance practices and how you operate to ensure that you are focused on those things. Now, that being said, what you've mentioned is this thing about community engagement. That comes up for two reasons. One, because in the research literature, it very heavily points to the greater likelihood of success at implementing the community's vision and values if the community is actually bought into the process. And so part of the benefit of going out and doing community engagement throughout the entirety of this process, first in defining the goals and guardrails, and then later as you redefine your work as a governing team to be focused on those goals, that including the community in it ensures that there's some amount of positive momentum among the people that are being served, among the staff, and so on and so forth. And so that's why it's important. It's one of the reasons why it's really important to do that engagement work, is because you want folks to have a sense of ownership of the process and the product. The other reason is, as I mentioned, research suggests that when you behave that way, you actually increase the likelihood of success. When you actually bring people together, that increases the likelihood that we'll be able to create the vertical alignment necessary to actually do great things for students. And so as we talk about adopting a set of goals and guardrails and then changing governance practices to implement that, throughout that process, we're going to intersperse opportunities for the board to go out and proactively engage in listening. And much of this will be exactly that, listening. There will be a time for communicating back. That'll happen too, but that'll be later. On the front end, the work that needs to be done over the next few months is really work of listening, of creating intentional engagements where the board, somewhere the board is inviting the community to come to meetings that the board's hosting, but a lot of this needs to be the board leaving the dais, so to speak, and going to where the community is and identifying what are opportunities to go to where people are already at, not relying on, well, we'll just visit with the people, we'll listen to the people who come to us. We're going to have to be intentional about going to them. To that effect, the board has already begun the process of building out a list of where are all the different community meetings that are already happening, where we can already find families and community members and go to them to engage in some of this intentional listening on the front end, to get the type of feedback the board needs in order to create a set of goals and guardrails that are truly representative of the vision and values of the community. And so there'll be the listening on the front end, but then later on in the process, we'll have to go back to the community for another round, specifically to share out, here's what we heard, and here's how we've used what we've heard, and here's what the steps are you could expect to see happen next. And so there'll be a few different waves of this, but all of it is in service of what does best practice and research suggest is going to most set the board up for success as it tries to make this pivot to having board meetings be less purely about operations and more intensely focused on improving outcomes for the students you serve.
Thank you. Thank you for that summary of the work that we've begun to do. Did you have anything else? I did want to, okay. I have a suggestion for our agenda subcommittee. If you could send a report to the rest of the board so we have something to look over before the next time we discuss that, that would be helpful. I know you mentioned that there were different categories on the agenda, categories of things that we need to take a look at. So it would be helpful for us if we had that to read over before we meet and discuss that again. So I don't know if there's other information you could include with that, or.
I apologize, Diana. That's the intent. Is we have a document, much like Megan referred to in our subcommittee. Doug and I have a document that we're going to provide to you. Mark it up, write your feedback, and everything that you're asking for is there.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Do we have anything else on this topic? Oh, thank you, everybody.
Madam Chair,
yes.
If I can, just to reiterate Juan's comments, is that what's going to be really helpful is that both of the committees have done some amount of work. It's going to be really helpful for the rest of the board to provide feedback, whether that happens literally right now or later, but to provide feedback so that then the committees can go back and do a second round of work, but that it is informed by input from the rest of their colleagues. And then at a subsequent meeting, ideally next meeting, if things go that quickly, or the subsequent meeting later in the summer, to bring back that work product. But what I think the committees really need right now in order to take that next step is just some amount of feedback from colleagues. In addition, you all have been doing homework, and we as your coaches have been collecting that. And one of the things we will bring back, we should have a rough draft before your next meeting, is a larger document that outlines what are all the different community engagement opportunities that the board wants to tackle, and start the process of putting together a script that you all can then review and refine for what will those conversations look like. That way that all of the conversations that you're having are the same conversation. The last thing you want is people on one side of the town to get one set of information and people on the other side of the town to get a different set. And so having this common message, that's another part of the work that's going to happen between now and when you all start the community engagement work. So those are two different things that are happening right now. And that if there's any opportunity for committee members to give feedback on, one, on the documents that they've provided, some type of way for them to get feedback on that so they can make that next iteration. And then two, just as a reminder for folks, if you have any other recommendations about communities that you want to reach out to, or thoughts about what the script should be for those conversations, to continue to send those in to Monica and I so that we can put that together and present that back to the board.
It was my impression that the subcommittees would be reporting out, and that as a board we are receiving that information. I don't know if we're ready to provide input. So if that's okay, we'll go ahead and reserve input for a time when we've had a chance to look over the documents and maybe digest the material a little bit more.
I don't know if I shared this with Juan or AJ, but Wittgenstein said that good philosophy was like a bicycle race. You had to get from point A to point B in the longest possible time without falling off. And what we're trying to do is to engage the community, come back, engage you, to take something that is inherently uncomfortable and over time make it comfortable, because it'll make things better, like AJ was talking about.
Yes, and I'm just wondering if we can reserve a chance for input at a later date.
Of course.
To kind of lengthen that journey on the bicycle, if you will. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for joining us, AJ, and guiding us in this work. So, Dr. Benitez, did you have something? You look like you had something.
I was going to joke around with Mr. Otto. If we're going to be quoting folks, I'll throw out a quote from Sor Juana Inés de la Cruz, Mr. Otto, about the power of the word, right? And we have to codify these things. So I was just joking around, President Craig.
Well, I'll allow it. Okay, let's move on now to the equity policy development update. Dr. Brown, as far as I know, no update. Great, thank you very much. And now we are at report of board members. Dr. Benitez, let's start with you.
I'll be very quick tonight, President Craighead. I want to thank our staff today for putting everything together for this meeting. I think our last two meetings, there's a wealth of information. I think we started meeting at noon today, right, Dr. Baker, for subcommittee meeting. So I think there's a lot there. As you heard today, for our community members, there's still an opportunity to provide input. We vote on this at our next meeting in January. But I want to thank the LCAP team group. I think the LCAP accountability team is what I saw them refer to themselves as. All the public comments that we received, folks have participated in the thought exchange and in other opportunities to provide input, whether that's the Superintendent's Advisory Committee, the Equity Leadership Team, our DCAC, DLAC, CAC spaces. So I also am going to make a call to our community members that have not been able to participate in the spaces, have either lost trust or need to build trust in our community engagement, to engage us. We need you. We cannot, as you just heard in our last part of our discussion, make these decisions in a vacuum, in isolation. And the time is now. $469.1 million, a generation of students. Very strategic 4-pillar plan as introduced by our superintendent, our communications audit, our equity policy that's forthcoming, all require authentic, genuine community engagement. So I thank those of you that have engaged. I invite, as a call to action, those of you that have not engaged, with no blame as to why you haven't or haven't been able to have an opportunity. We'll be knocking on your doors. We'll be sending out emails. We'll be sending you texts. We'll be inviting you to engage us so that we can be better board members, we can be a better district, and we can repair damage that has been done. And as Dr. Baker stated eloquently last week at our meeting, so that we can eliminate the structural inequities that our public education system has reflected for far too long. And I think Long Beach is the place to make that happen. And I'm confident in our district, because I'm confident in our community members to engage with us and guide our decision making and have it be reflected in our budgets, in our policies, and in our programming, services, curriculum, everything that we do as a district. So thank you for everything today, for our community members, our staff, and I'm looking forward to getting a finalized budget and LCAP at the end of this month.
Thank you, Dr. Benitez. Mr. Otto?
Well, I was going to take a very short time because I wanted to go home and watch the Dodger game, but they're ahead 11-1 at the bottom of the first, and Cody Bellinger just hit a grand slam home run, so I won't do that. And just say I think it was a very good meeting, and there was a lot that we did today, a lot going on, and I share the feeling that we've listened very carefully to the LCAP accountability group. So that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Otto. Mr. Miller?
I too want to thank everybody for all of the hard work being put into making these very cumbersome budget conversations plain. I almost every time I get behind this dais or this microphone, I feel like I'm preaching about the simplicity needed to make our community members understand such complex theories and fiduciary obligations. And so making these things simple and very comprehensive, especially like it was done today, I'm very much appreciative, and I'm sure the community is as well. On Monday, we not necessarily celebrated, but recognized a very important date in regards to Memorial Day. Those that are products of Long Beach, long lineage families that have grown up in Long Beach. There are a lot of them that are coming from veteran families, as we used to have one of the largest naval bases here. I am a product of a Navy dad, so though it's not based on our veterans that are living, it's to memorialize those veterans that made the ultimate sacrifice. And so as we celebrate or enjoy the freedoms that we do on a daily basis, I just wanted to recognize those that have made the ultimate sacrifice, and obviously we commemorated that on Monday. Lastly, I am personally excited. Now, there's a couple of really cool parts to this gig, and one of them is being a part of multiple graduations. And so I've talked about multiple times the senior year experience. And so there's a couple of things that from anybody's time in a school district, they remember things like the first kiss or a bully from the third grade, but then everybody remembers senior year and going to prom and graduation day. And so for a group of students, that day is going to be happening in a couple days, a couple weeks here. And so I'll be in attendance at CAMS and at Poly and at Cabrillo. So I'm really, really excited to be a part of that celebration. And so I'm just really, really looking forward to it. And for all of those young men and young women that are going to graduate in the next couple of days, congratulations. Or I think you're like in the middle, like turning in your finals or doing some of that last senior stuff. So regardless, I'm looking forward to it. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Kerr.
I will be brief. I always look through my calendar to see what cool stuff I got to do. We were only here a week ago, so not as much cool stuff this week as normal. But the class of 2021 at Jordan High School got to christen the auditorium with a senior movie night on Friday night. So congratulations to them for being able to utilize that really incredible space. I encourage everybody, when there's an opportunity to go to something there, please go. It's amazing. And I just want to thank our media team and our foundation for a truly inspiring, most inspiring student video. We have amazing students and families in this district, in every corner of the district, across all of the cities we represent. And that was a small sampling of some pretty amazing folks. So thank you to the team for capturing amazing stories and tremendous kids who were very deserving of their recognition, and to everyone who sent them a special message. Thank you.
Thank you. I would just like to mention that as we wind down this very challenging year, it's only been a school year, but it seems like so much more. I want to thank all the students and all the teachers for their hard work and their perseverance. This has been a very tough time. And I know that it's been very challenging, and I just want you to know that, you know, for the teachers, we appreciate you. We appreciate all the work, and you've had to go above and beyond. And for the students, thanks for hanging in there. This has not been easy. Nothing about this has been easy. But we're almost at the end of the school year, so there's a light at the end of the tunnel. Dr. Baker.
Sure, I'm going to echo a few of the things that have been said and add to the list of celebrations. So I too am excited about graduation. Our entire senior team will be out across graduations across the city starting next Wednesday with CAMS and Sato leading the way for graduations. And just as we sit in Browning High School's community room, just want to acknowledge it's the first Browning High School graduation. And so Dr. Anderson, as she ends her career, will be graduating off her first class of Browning High School students. So that's exciting. So June 9th to June 16th. And also our 8th grades and our 5th grades have a lot of promotional ceremonies. And so when I think about our schools, what they have managed to plan for the end of the year in celebration after an incredibly difficult year and a short time period to get things planned. So grateful for all that they're doing to celebrate this end of the year with their students. Tomorrow, in the spirit of celebrations, I will have the last meeting of the RSVP, Raising Student Voices and Participation, which is the official name that the students gave to the Superintendent Student Advisory. We will actually be back here at Browning High School. And we'll have an opportunity to hear students speak about their legacy project, which involved empathy interviews back at their school sites with adults, building relationships and thinking about how they could further center relationships across our district between teachers and students. And so look forward to hearing from them. I've also got on my list that before we're back together, the school year will close and all of our certificated staff will begin the Equity Institute, the kickoff of some very important system-wide work that takes our equity work to the next level. And so I just want to thank those who will be participating the week of June 21st. We have staff that's very tired, but who are committed to coming back and developing themselves, learning new things, opening up their minds and hearts to new ways, and I'm thankful for that. And lastly on my list is June is Pride Month, and so our Office of Curriculum Instruction and Professional Development has provided a lot of materials for teachers and for others to use, as well as Voices of Long Beach. So out in our schools, students and staff can celebrate and be proud during Pride Month. That's my list for tonight.
Thank you. Do we have any announcements? I would just like to remind everybody to celebrate safely. I know that this can be a very dangerous time of year. We have seniors that are celebrating and grad nights are coming up. Just remember, all you students and maybe some of the adults, celebrate safely. You have a long life ahead of you. Let's see. So if there's no objection, we will adjourn. I'm looking around. No objection? Great. Thank you, everybody. Good night.